infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian. Oh baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast! Season 3, episode 29, bringing the high energy. Look, there's supposed to be a Metal Dave up in the house, but he's not here. So I don't know what's going on. He hasn't said anything. Maybe he pops up later. Shout out Super Metal Dave 64. Sorry you're not here because we have a really awesome topic that I think you'd have a lot to say about based on things you said on X. But hey, maybe you'll show up in time for it. We'll see. If not, I'll probably just make you talk about it anyways, even if we're on topic 4. I'll be like, hey, dude, nah, you need to tell me about this shit, even though you missed the real debate. That said, Nintendo Land is here, and I gotta say, never advertised he was going to be here because I totally forgot he was going to be.
Unbelievable.
I'm so sorry, Landon.
I had to take out Super Metal Dave and replace him, so it works.
Well, you know, you made a positive video on Mario Kart that I referenced today. You're only supposed to be negative on that game. You're doing it wrong.
They made me come out of my shell and just start talking nice about it, man. They did something I never thought they'd do. So I'm like,
Listen
I was
to the
geeked.
fans. What?
like what?
And I mean, now this just creates the expectation. For those who don't know, there's a big Mario Kart World update out there. And they changed a ton of the intermission tracks. And not all of them, though. But it's like a good sign that, hey, this is like probably just the beginning. They're probably going to make these edits to other intermission tracks, which actually make them feel more like full tracks on their own now, which is really cool. So here's hoping anyways. We're hoping.
Yeah.
There's no guarantees, but hey, we didn't think they were going to do this. So now the intermissions actually feel, if you get those ones in particular, they don't feel too bad to play anymore. So
It's a lot better. I mean, just throwing in some assets from the P-Switch missions was all they had to do. And
yeah. Well, and that's not all they did. Like they added turns
yeah.
and alternate paths. And I'm like, dude, what is this? Thought it was a straight line.
Yep.
Anyways, so welcome, Landon. Nice to have you here. Glad to have you here. Then, of course, we have the I don't know. He's the sixth member of the Backstreet Boys, Eric Moore.
Okay. Sure, why not?
Well, he's no longer a grizzly bear, so
Yeah, there
I'm
is
kind of,
that.
you know,
Yeah.
he's taking me back to high school days right now.
Yeah,
Oh
that's cool.
shit, man! I just noticed.
Yeah. Dude, he looks.
Oh my
hilarious.
god!
Yeah.
Like I was looking at an old profile picture of you, and
Yeah.
outside of a little extra pounds, dude, you look exactly like high school.
Yeah.
When every time you shave, it's insane.
Yeah, you look young, man. It's good.
Yeah,
Good for you.
it's wild. Nate, he's not the sixth member of the Backstreet Boys. He's the founding member of Men to Boys. The brand new group that just came out.
Okay. Well, maybe someday you'll find your way onto Boys to Men.
Yeah,
Or
right.
Like the other direction.
You're right. I just gotta grow my beard out.
I don't know if that's the only required to be part of that group. Gaybird.
What's up? Guess what? I reviewed a game, guys.
Hell yeah.
What's that?
How cool is that? Go check it out.
You made a video this last week?
I made a video this week. Yeah, check it out.
I didn't know you were an actual content creator. I thought you were just a talking head on the podcast.
I am a content imaginator. Take with that what you want.
Content's all from your imagination.
Dude, there's so much content in here. You have no idea.
Anyways, yeah, you got a review out for Gigasword. You guys should go check that out. I did share it already. So, hey, I see it's got 300 views. Let's get that higher, guys. Get that to about 500.
First off, that's bullshit.
That's
Just want to come out and say it.
Sorry, there's not a lot of other bigger name games coming out around this time period that people care about review wise a bit more, but bullshit on Gigasword. Fuck off.
Listen, I kid, but hey, we're talking about Metroid today, and Gigasword is an awesome Metroidvania. Definitely check out the review. If you haven't heard of this one, check out the review. It might be up your alley. If you have heard of it and you're just curious and not sure if it's a little gem that you should get your hands on, definitely check it out. I had a lot of fun playing it.
If you heard it the way that I heard him say it, it also might beat up your alley as well. Hope you don't have a sister named Allie. Thunderstash.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Hit him with confusion. The Stash Man's got a lot going on. Probably just get this out of the way at the beginning. Stash will not be here next week, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe we should wind it up. He will have a presence because, of course, he's gonna. Dude, when do we not have a presence when we miss the show? Like, come on, there's always a presence.
Virtual Stash.
He's gonna be pre-recording his. Because if you guys all know, we have our betting special next week. He's gonna pre-record his bet, so we're gonna play it on the show. So you guys, he'll still be part of the show in that way. There's a small chance he might try to call in, but I would not count on it. He should be worrying about work.
Mm-hmm.
He's got work going on, so he's got to deal with that. But hey, he's still part of the show either way because of course he is. You think the defending champ wasn't going to get his votes in? Are you serious?
What are you, me?
Dude, do you know how competitive this man is? To lose the defending Game Awards title to just not even participating? Please. That's the only chance I have if we ever play Smash is his controller stops working. Because if he bleeds on it, we know that ain't going to stop him.
Right?
Right.
Well, listen, it's a new year and a new challenger approaches Thunderstash. So I'm just saying.
Oh, we also have a new competitive thing we might be starting up next year too as well. That kind of runs all. Well, we have to find a way to talk about that one of these days in December because that sounds so fun. Something that comes from the Birdmaster, an idea. Flocking out there. All right, let's get flocking going on this show. Guys, I'm Nintendo Prime. How's it going? I cover a bunch of Nintendo news. You've either heard of me or you haven't. And if you haven't, I deeply apologize that this is how you found out because you will not like me by the end of this episode. Let's go ahead and you'll probably get into picking our topics, guys. We'll just throw them out there first. Obviously, we're going to be talking about the Metroid Prime 4 reviews. It's been the hot button the last 24 hours. Lots of discussion going on about that 81 out there. And really particular discussions about why it's scoring so low and what some of the reviews have said. We also have, which by the way, feels weird saying so low. Things in the 8s are still good games. Throw that out there. But
actually great.
Yeah.
Great under most scales.
Yeah. To be average, guys, it's not bad. Now, you can argue the pedigree of the series is a bit higher than that, but we'll talk about that. And dude, the Switch 2. You guys know you can get the bundle this week for $450. What the fuck's going on? It's the first holiday. I thought there was supposed to be no price drops. What's happening? We gotta talk about that. Also, Holiday Haul. If any of us got anything tech or video game related during this season, obviously it's the season of giving, but it's also the season of these are the best sales of the goddamn year. Let's give to ourselves as well. For those that participate in that, I didn't buy anything, so I don't even have to participate in the topic. I literally got nothing for myself. That said, And then dealer's choice, but I have no idea what the hell that topic is.
But it's gonna be creamy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Furthermore, when did you add that, Gamer? I just noticed it today. In the notes, guys, it says topic 4 dealer's choice, but it needs to be said topic chooser makes the topic creamy. That's totally Gamer that added that last line. And I don't know when he did it.
I just read it like 3 times over. I was like, am I reading that right?
Yeah.
I did it like 3 days ago. I just went in there and updated the dealer's choice description. I was bored.
Yeah, well, obviously. I'm just like, what the hell did you do? I don't remember that being there last week. What
So I
happened?
wonder if anyone will read this off on Wednesday. You know.
Anyways. All right. Let's go ahead then and go around the room and get people choosing their topics. Let's get to Eric. What would you like to kick off the show with?
You know what? Let's start with some good news. Maybe? Question mark. Switch 2 prices dropping.
All right. Got that up there. Let's go to the Birdman.
I'll take topic 3, the holiday haul.
Okay. So we got the holiday haul. What do you want, Thunderstash?
Take Metroid.
Okay. You'll take Metroid,
Topic
which leaves
one,
me
yeah.
covered up with another topic, which is totally fine. These guys, these topics were basically outside of the Metroid one. These topics were pretty much all chosen like a week ago. When did I send that message? Like, hey,
Yeah.
I got topics for this
Yeah.
week, and I got some topics for next week
I think it was early in the
already.
weekend.
So like, we're getting a little bit ahead of the game this holiday season. So I can probably come up with something for that last topic. All right. So Eric, I guess what are we talking about, man?
Well, apparently you can now get the Mario Kart bundle for the Switch 2 for $450 in the US this week. Your thoughts on it? Is it temporary? Is it long term? Will it work? And why did real retailers decide to do this? Landon, your thoughts?
I have no clue. Honestly, when you see how many Mario Kart copies sold already, and just how well the Switch 2 is doing, it's just like, why? What is the reason? Like, you're firing off on all cylinders, but I mean, as a consumer, you can't complain.
Okay. Birdman.
Yeah, this one's an interesting one. It's only certain retailers, correct? Like not everyone's done. Like GameStop's not doing it, correct? Or
GameStop is
am I
the
mis-
only one that hasn't
they're
done it.
the only one that
Best
hasn't
Buy?
done it.
I'm looking at Amazon and Walmart.
Amazon, Walmart, and Target did it for sure. It started with Walmart, Amazon price match, then Target joined.
Okay.
GameStop never did, but they were also sold out at the time. And I don't know if Best Buy ever participated. There's a really quick way to check here. All of them at once. It's here and here. So no, Best Buy didn't do it.
Okay, so it's only a few select retailers that decided to do it. Yeah, this one's an interesting one. I'm not 100% sure why. I don't know if it's for some retailers to move units off shelves, generate hype. I know Nintendo did a really big push with Switch 2 to make sure it was fully stocked, making sure, they made a promise that anyone who wants a Switch 2, we're going to do our best to make sure we have enough inventory all year long that anyone who wants one is going to be able to get one. With that added inventory that I'm sure a lot of retailers aren't used to for the holiday season, maybe they just wanted to generate buzz, get those sales in, sold out at a little bit of a dip. It's definitely interesting. And I don't know. This is a hard one. I don't think it's going to last. I feel like this is going to be something that reverts back after the holidays. But to me, it feels like with a lot of the price increases, just in regular life, a lot of the tariff-related cost of living, cost of everything, this just seems like a neat thing that some of the retailers are doing to generate some excitement. And I mean, I'm assuming it's working because Switch 2, from what we have seen, is selling really well this holiday season. And it's very interesting to see some of the commentary around this online, because I know some people view its availability as a negative, which is odd considering that like so often when we get a new console launch, it's so hard to get it. Scalpers ruin it for everybody, and everyone's complaining. The company dropped the ball. No one could get one. And now that a company finally made a huge push to really manufacture the crap out of their new hardware, make sure everyone has an opportunity to get one, it's like kind of doom and gloom. It's a weird, I don't know. There's no winning with this one, but everything that I've seen has been a good sign. I know I had a buddy hit me up when they saw this deal. They're not a big gamer, but they wanted to get a console for the family. They hit me up. I see Switch 2s on sale at these retailers. I wanted to get your opinion. What games are like? I want to grab like 3 or 4 games for it for me and the fam. What do you recommend? And I got a little bit of that. I think I had like 2 or 3 people reach out to me about that. So, I mean, this is only a good thing. Generate hype. We want games across all platforms and consoles across all companies to sell well this holiday. So I hope this creates that awesome push.
Yeah. Stash.
Yeah, I think it could be a variety of reasons, right? Like with GameStop, I think they are a good candidate to do a price drop like that to create more foot traffic in the store. They want you to come in. They want you to come in to pre-order. If you try to pre-order a game on their website, you cannot set it for store pickup. You have to go into the store to pre-order. And of course, they want you there because they want to sell you a membership. They want to ask you a bunch of questions on other things. They want to show you their 3-ring binder that has a printout of all these games that you can pre-order next year, because they want you to keep coming back. They want to sell you warranties. I mean, I don't know.
It's true.
I don't know how many people buy them, right? But I mean, if you're a parent and you're buying a new game console for your kid and it's a handheld, it's different. It isn't like buying a Nintendo 64 or something back in the day where you're not holding the console in your hands and there's the chance that it could drop and crack the screen like there is now with the Nintendo Switch. So you look at things like that. And I think really GameStop just wants to generate more foot traffic so they can sell all of those things that I just named. And they have enough margin to do it, because if they sell those things and if they sell more software, because they're getting you to come in and buy the hardware for the first time. So it's their job to say, hey, you need to get this too. You can't walk out of here without a Pro controller. You can't walk out of here with another set of Joy-Cons. What other games does your kids like? We got to get you some more stuff. Oh, by the way, we're doing buy 2, get 1 free right now on all of our used Switch 2 games. All the games, actually. You guys own other consoles. Like literally, this is the whole reason. It's just to get them to walk in the door and buy more and spend more money. And it makes sense for them. That's it.
Yeah. So I think it's interesting because obviously I'm on record saying that I didn't think there would be any shot of any price drop anywhere this first holiday, because that's what tradition says for like any of these console makers. There's no price drop first holiday. It's been out for less than a year. Obviously, Switch 2 is in a little bit of a different situation in that it's been intentionally overstocking it all summer. So there's, this is the most stock Nintendo's ever had heading into a holiday season in the US. And I always wondered if like, okay, they didn't discount it on Black Friday. This deal came out of nowhere on Walmart first, and everyone else just seemed to price match them Monday. And it made people wonder, like, hey, did they just have a lot of stock of this particular item left? So they're just trying to clear it out because, this is not supposed to be for sale after this holiday. Originally, I thought maybe, they're just going to get rid of it because no more stock's going to come in of the bundle. But then Walmart actually ran out of stock in some areas during this week. And now for some areas, when you order it, you're not going to get it. They'll still sell it to you, but you won't be able to get it till next week. It'll ship out to your house next week, which means your area is sold out of that console. That's interesting because that means that Walmart's still getting more stock of the console in, even though it's supposed to be done as of the end of December. So it's interesting to me And then obviously Nintendo's still making this bundle, considering that, hey, once we get to like December 20th, winter, we're supposed to be done. This bundle's not supposed to be around anymore. We all know they're going to bring it back every holiday season, but it's supposed to be done for now anyways, when we get to that date. So I thought it was interesting. On one hand, there's a part of me that loved seeing this because, hey, anytime gamers get a better deal, that's good for everyone, right? I mean, maybe not best for the retailer, because the retailer probably, this is not a Nintendo price cut. So Nintendo's still getting the full price they sell these systems for. It's the retailer cutting their margins out. They cut their margins out, kind of sell it at cost for them. And now there's a deal. And oftentimes retailers do this because they want you to shop at their website. You'll buy other stuff. You'll also clear out some extra inventory that maybe they're worried won't sell well later in the month. Maybe they feel like they just have a little bit too much after the Black Friday weekend. Like it's sold, but maybe, hey, maybe Walmart's sitting on like 1.5 million of these things, and they're like, hey, we got to reduce this a bit. I don't know. There could be a lot of different reasons for why companies decide to do this. And again, I start with Walmart because they're the ones that started it. I don't think anyone else would have discounted if Walmart didn't jump the ship. I
think what we need to look at too, though, is that I think Black Friday was a absolute bust for retailers, and they know they can get you in the door if they discount the hottest video game item, the hottest item, a brand new Nintendo console coming after the Nintendo Switch, which was the best-selling Nintendo console. They know they can get you in the door, and they really need you to take a lot of that stock that they have in store that they literally put in the middle of aisles when they set it up for Black Friday. They need you to take that off their hands by paying for it.
Yeah.
And I think that's what ultimately comes down to, is that this is the hottest item. We know you're going to buy it, but how can we get you to come to our store versus Target, Best Buy, Amazon, wherever else? I got an idea. Let's take $50 off, because if we don't sell this stuff, we're going to lose millions and millions of dollars versus the $50 that we're taking off of the margin. It makes way more sense to do that.
Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what I was saying. Like with the increase of cost of everything, like it's just a way to get people to get some buzz around the hot item. I did shopping on Black Friday. I went into a number of stores. I didn't go into a Walmart, but I certainly went into a Target and a Best Buy, and both of them were super slow. Both stores, not busy at all.
I saw videos too on Twitter, and I'm like, oh my God.
Dude, I went into Best Buy. It wasn't even at open. It must have been at like 10 a.m. or something like that. And there was like 2 or 3 other people inside the Best Buy. And they had great deals. Don't get me wrong. Like I saw some really great deals there.
I'll say when I was at Best Buy, even though my Best Buy, they were definitely picked over. Like some of their sections, they must have got slammed right at opening. But I got there at like noon, and there was barely anyone in the store, which I thought was weird because when I was at Walmart earlier in the day, packed, just fucking packed, couldn't even move. And then I went to the mall. Yes, we still have malls here. And it was also packed. Every store was like 45 minutes just to check out. That's how busy every store was. Even GameStop. GameStop had a security guard limiting the amount of people that come into the store, and they like built a wall because like people were stealing shit when the mall opened. Yeah, it was kind of fucking wild. So like there were still some places in my area that were going nuts for Black Friday, but I kind of feel like, and again, I had a friend who went out to Best Buy early. He camped out. He said they were slammed at opening, but then not all the doorbusters sold. So I'm curious what all those people were there for. He said, yeah, when I was there, a lot of people bought a Switch too. I'm like, well, okay. Well, the guy there said they sold 60 plus that day. So, I mean, that's could check out a little bit. Some people there early to get the Switch 2 and maybe some Amiibo deals or something. But it's one of those, it's not what it used to be where it was slammed all day.
Yeah. All day long. It used to be lines wrapped around the store all day long.
Oh, there was also the boycott too.
Oh, wow.
I don't know how much that played into it, but It is
What
something.
boycott?
Yeah, what
There's
boycott?
Plenty of there's people planning to
Friday
boycott
boycott?
Black Friday. And, yeah, the whole weekend.
What are they
Yeah,
boycotting?
Monday.
Like they don't want to get good deals this weekend?
No, it's trying to stick it to the man type of thing.
What, man?
Yeah.
Because this is normally a really, really good time for businesses and stuff like that. They wanted
Sure.
to stick it to
consumers to
big
save money.
businesses.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're sticking it to the man.
Way
by
to
making-
stick it to.
Way to stick it to the man by making yourself pay
Yeah,
more.
screw you. I'm paying full price. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
see you
thank you very
next
much.
week and pay full price.
Yeah, I want to give you all my money.
Yeah.
I get it because obviously they overstock for this time of year. So as we were saying, if they don't sell the stock, they lose out millions of dollars. I get that, but also the reason people spend all the money this time of the year is because the deals are so good. Like you're saving
also-
money. Like my washer and dryer, if it would have died this last week, like last week before Black Friday, and I had to buy them last week, shit, dude, I could have got it for half off.
Yeah, save a few $100.
Yeah.
Save $1,000.
People need to organize better when they do those kind of boycotts. I remember this happening I think I was in like high school or maybe college when there was like a gas station boycott. I'm like, don't people realize that if they just picked one and boycotted like Chevron, it's more effective? First off, they're not going to make it to everyone needs gas, but it would be a lot more effective than just like a vague like Black Friday. How about you just pick one? I mean, it's better chances of making a difference.
I mean, obviously, Black Friday is never going to be what it once was because of online shopping. And look, I have nothing against online shopping. And be sure you guys out there this holiday, if you did a ton of online shopping, dude, leave a little Christmas card, a little gift card, leave a little something for the drivers. I'll tell you right now, my fiance was an Amazon delivery driver last holiday season, and the fucking bullshit they have to go through to make sure you have your packages before the holidays. Like, be sure to thank them because they're the ones that get extra. You know, you're like, oh, this online shopping so convenient. You don't have to go to the retail store. Yeah, for you, it ain't so convenient to the people that got to bring you your packages. It's a shit show. So
Yeah, it's basically Death Stranding in real life.
yeah, and they're going to get almost no appreciation from corporate for what they're doing at any of these companies. They're going to be overworked. They're going to be overtired. They're going to be out delivering way past the times they're supposed to. Dude, it's a mess this time of year for delivery services. So, yeah, be sure to be kind to them. At least say thank you if you're home when they drop the package off because they are. It's hell this time of year for them. That said, yeah, online shopping always was going to make it less, but this year definitely it felt less than usual. I still like to go in person because one, the deals are basically the same as online because everyone price matches everything anyways. And two, I get it right now. I don't have to wait. I don't have to wait for shipping. And there's just something about like in-person interactions. I do so much of my life online with my job and everything. Feels good to get out into the world, even on Black Friday, even with the crowds. It's like, you know what? The crowd reminds me there's still people that exist. You know, when I'm going to the Victoria's Secret to get something for the wife and it's 45 minutes to check out, I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. There's still people in this world. Now, did I say fuck that, leave, and then go buy her shit online? Of course I did. But it was still nice to see. If I had more time, I would have waited in line. If I had my Switch 2, I definitely would have waited in line. But I'm sorry, I didn't think to carry my Switch 2 into the mall when I'm the one doing all the shopping. But whatever. Yeah, so it was definitely different. And it's interesting because like I don't know how well the Switch 2 obviously sold over Black Friday and Black Friday weekend. It's not like the numbers are out there. It was one of the hot items. We've seen all the reports, all the assessments of Black Friday. It was one of the hot items. And if you go on the websites, you can see it's listed as like a bestseller on every single website right now. So obviously it's been selling, but how much? We don't really know. For a while we knew, I think it was as of like Saturday, we knew there was over 100,000 sales already from Amazon for Switch 2 for both versions. But then after this 450 nonsense happened, they removed the sales numbers from their website. So now you can't tell how much they've sold. But like Amazon is sold out and is they're back in stock right now. They were sold out earlier today. Ever since they chopped this $50, there's been random sellouts happening. But again, they're very short-lived. That's just moving stock around, shifting stock around, trying to get stock to where it needs to be. But I do think it's selling very well. So it's like, the $50 price drop. One is not a Nintendo discount, so Nintendo didn't drop the price. This is retailers cutting price. It started with Walmart, which again, we went over their possible reasons for doing so. And of course, everyone else is going to price match. They're not going to lose business to Walmart. That's not the way. Amazon ain't interested in having everyone looking for a Switch 2 on Cyber Week not coming to their website, but bum rushing Walmart, because the chances are Walmart's got kind of competitive pricings on some stuff. So if they're already on the Walmart website, they might buy other things that they would have otherwise bought on Amazon. Then, Target's going to do the same thing. The only reason I think GameStop never price matched online anyways was because they were sold out on Monday. They actually didn't have any Switch 2s on Monday online. They have them in stock now, but they had a restock shipment come. But yeah, they were sold out when this happened. And then the weird thing is Nintendo never price dropped, and the My Nintendo store sold out. Interesting.
Nintendo doesn't need to price drop though, because they're a hot new item.
Yeah.
No,
they
won't.
Price drop. It's their
but
item.
They also have an incredibly popular piece of hardware that's new.
I mean, they drop $50. They're gonna have retailers knocking on their door, being like, "Hey, what the fuck? Why are you charging us $400 for this fucking item, and you're selling it for $450? What the fuck are you doing?" And shut up. Let me be. Anyway, so basically, this week you can get Mario Kart World for free. That's basically what happened. The question I have is, like, how long does this last? Is this going to be like just this week because it's Cyber Week? Is it going to be the rest of the month? Is it just the Mario Kart bundle? Remember, it's supposed to come to an end at some point this month. Is this just what it's going to be until they don't sell this thing anymore? I have no idea. I mean, for consumer sake, I hope that they just keep it at this price until they don't make this bundle anymore.
They should keep it this price through Christmas, the retailers. Like, they need it.
I mean, it's
not
definitely
Nintendo,
it would
the
be
retailers.
smart because of the gift cards.
Yeah.
Like, obviously with retailers, they count on you coming back after Christmas to spend more money. So it would be smart from that angle, but not much longer after that. Really, I would say within the return policy period, the extended holiday return policy period. Once that's over, that will probably be over too. And then you start to shift to February, the slowest month in retail.
Nope. It's all about, I mean, it's not, okay, I'll put it this way. If you're a Hallmark store, you might still be all right. It's Valentine's Day, baby. You got to start pushing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But outside of specialty stores like that, yeah, it's pretty fucking slow the first few months of the year after return season. You might go, why is return season so? Because people return items or they exchange it. Sometimes they buy other stuff and then buy additional things on top, and all that happens all the time. Anyways, so yeah, obviously we don't know what the sales data is. That's stuff that we could talk about next month when we get the Circana Black Friday report in. It'll be very interesting to see. Well, we should know the Black Friday one this month, I guess. We should know that. Not next week, but the week after. And then we'll know all of December and January at some point. And Nintendo will tell us at some point too. I think in February, first week of February will be their next financial meeting. So we'll have their official numbers as well worldwide. Because obviously we're just talking about the US. No idea what this thing is selling like anywhere else in the world outside of Japan. Where it just keeps going up every week. They're not even to their biggest shopping week yet, which is like the week after Christmas. It's like the huge shopping season in Japan. That's their Cyber Week. It's crazy. Nuts there. So like the end of the year is always massive in Japan. And like every week now it's over 100,000, over 100,000. I'm like, dude, this is crazy. So we'll see. Obviously we know what Nintendo's projections for the year are. They're expecting to sell a shitload of Switch 2s. So we'll see what happens. I guess we could probably move on then. What's our next topic, Birdman?
All right. I think I picked the holiday haul, so I'm just going to go with it. 'Tis the season of giving, but also sometimes getting for ourselves, of course. It is the largest time of the year, the last couple weeks, for deals on video games, video game hardware, accessories, and more. So my question for the cast and our wonderful guest today is, did you guys do any special holiday shopping for yourselves or family and snag some great games accessories, hardware, or tech. Let's start with our incredible guest, who played the old switcheroo with Super Metal Dave tonight, Nintendo Land.
It's all my fault, guys.
It's all your
All,
fault.
by the way, Super Metal Dave's coming on next week. It's all, dude. I don't know how I mix these two up. Completely different people. I don't. Holidays. I was high on some eggnog or something.
Nah, Nintendo's cleared me out this year. I mean, the last couple was like every 2 weeks the games come out, and I just not too long ago was looking, and someone mentioned how, oh, you need the Metroid amiibo to have like music playing on your bike and stuff, and I was like, gotta buy those now. Great. So no, I didn't pick up on any deals because I've been I've been cleaned out from Nintendo this year, so I'm just playing everything they brought out, and I'm saving my money for next year and stuff. So.
All right.
All right, let's move on over to. I already know your answer, but Primal Rage.
Uh,
You get.
does an easy bake oven count?
Yeah, absolutely. That's tech.
Wasn't for me though. Definitely wasn't for me. No, besides that, I mean, you want to talk about tech? I guess I got one of those cool heat packs for myself because it was a buy two get one free, and so I'm like, oh, I'll take the free one for me then, I guess.
A heat pack? What do you mean?
Yeah. It's like this thing where you snap a metal thing inside it, and it like does this chemical reaction, and now you have a heat pack that you can use for like 4 hours. It's like good for your muscles,
cool.
your back, stuff like that. Yeah. So it's kind of techy, I guess, more sciencey, I would say, than tech. Because it's just salt. It's like a salt reaction thing that it's actually really cool. Besides that, like just for like video game wise, nothing in particular. There was a lot of there's so many tempting deals.
There's a lot.
Online and offline. Dude, when I'm like in Best Buy, you know how close I was to walking out with like $300 worth of shit. Just for me, and I'm like, nope, it's not that time of season. I know. Someday I will enter the holiday season where I have enough money for the family and for myself. So, one of these holidays it'll happen. Might have been this holiday, but my dog had surgery over the weekend, so that ate up $1,000. So that was kind of cutting my shopping a little shorter than I wanted it to be. But yeah, so I didn't end up with any video game stuff, even though I really, really wanted to. Unless you want to count, I did a sponsorship for Satisfy, and they sent me a grip that I had last week.
Cool.
Nice. Satisfy, the Zen Grip 2, it's nice.
Is it satisfying?
Yeah.
To use?
I mean, look, if you've ever held on the Switch one, it's the exact same thing.
Got it.
So
Got it. Cool deal. Mr. Moore. You
Yeah,
get any shopping in?
I did not get anything more.
did you get a deer at least?
No, I did not.
Dang.
Nope. I saw a bunch of them, but
Get new,
Like, you can't shoot straight anymore, huh?
oh no,
Getting
they're
rickety
just-
in the bones, old
no,
man?
just not in the right spot to shoot, not big enough. Those types of things. Just
you get any? Do you get a new pair of clippers or?
yeah, no, that was all. That was all.
I mean, you can't squeeze a bullet between 18 branches.
yeah,
and
no.
hit it dead
no.
center.
I did miss. I did shoot once this year, and I must have skinned it.
Oh,
there was
someone's
a-
gonna get
there
a
was-
deer in the
there was
future that's got an Eric Moore.
Yeah, there was some
scar on it.
white fur and a little bit of tracking, and it all didn't go anywhere. So,
So Eric almost killed something this year.
almost.
Almost.
I love that I got a topic where more than half the crew tonight did not
Didn't do anything. Yeah,
for,
right.
for Black
No, I
Friday.
I don't normally
Did you guys
buy
have?
So
Did you guys have any wants that you just missed out on? Any deals you missed out on that you would have grabbed but couldn't? Let me ask you that. before.
PlayStation 5 Pro.
I didn't even.
Okay.
Look.
There was a door deal at a store where they were selling them for like $250.
Oh
Of
wow!
course they were
PS5
fucking-
Pro.
They were fucking gone. Yeah, they were. They
Wow.
probably only like 2 units or some shit. I don't fucking know, but it was gone. So I was like,
insane.
damn, I would have picked up the Pro for $250. That's for sure.
Okay.
But
Let's go to the Thunder from Down Under, Thunder Stash. You get anything for BF?
I got a few things. Not too many. Some things I was kind of waiting on, right, for
Sure.
Black Friday, and there are things I needed to get, like my PS5 controller is just both of them are shot in a variety of ways. That they're barely functioning, stick drift, that kind of stuff. So I picked up one of these. I think this is the Chroma purple one. That was on sale for $54. And then this place called BJ's. Don't know much about it. They had a sale like 2 years ago for a game. I think it was Final Fantasy 16. Ended up getting it for like $10.
Yeah.
When it was still going for a lot. I think probably 60. And you have to have a membership there, but you can get a 24-hour one. So obviously I just sign up for the 24-hour one, buy the product, and then cancel it. Because I have no use for this, obviously, and I'm not going to pay for something I'm not going to use. So they had a deal for a DualSense, and it went very fast, but it was for $39.99. I'm like, bro, that's a really good deal because we all know how much they go for. So I was able to get one of these nice, pearl ones or whatever. Okay, we'll probably use this one.
It's
So
awesome.
yeah, got 2 controllers. We're very happy with that as far as the pricing goes. And then got a few games. Obviously, I did some stuff, few things here and there on the eShop, but a lot of people have been asking me to review NBA 2K26 on Switch 2. And a lot of that is because I've been playing this since 99, since NBA 2K on Dreamcast, right? And there's been a lot of debate about this game and the frame rate and the performance. And, does the 30 FPS actually feel good when it's 60 on PS5? And obviously, a lot of people were disappointed in 2K that it wasn't 60 FPS. After this game, which I picked up for $15, was 60 FPS. So yeah, WWE 2K, again, another game that I was interested in seeing how it performs, but I'm like, I'm not going to spend $70 on this game when it came out because I won't play it that much. Because look, ultimately, this can't hold a candle to No Mercy on Nintendo 64 or WCW versus NWO Revenge. It doesn't matter how many things they've added or how much they've improved the graphics. It's never going to be as fun as those games. So I cannot justify spending that. But yeah, so $15 for WWE, $25 for NBA 2K. And then I didn't pick this up when it came out at launch just because I knew the price would drop, but the deluxe edition of or the legendary banana edition, excuse me, of Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble. And I'm a sucker for Super Monkey Ball. I love these games. They're so much fun. And so I picked that up for $20. And then I had to get this game. You guys, I'm sure, know why. But
Nice.
not only that, but the main character in the game is the same name as my godson, Enzo. So, of
I've heard some
course,
good things
as an
about it.
Italian, I got to play Mafia. So,
I've never touched the Mafia series. One of my buddies just played
Oh,
through all
so
of them and
good.
loved them. He was like raving about them. So that's a series I need to get out of my blind spot.
yeah, you do. I wanted to pick it up right when it came out. Like the idea was, okay, maybe I can fit this in for review. But there was just too many other games to review. And I think that was right around PAX as well. It was either I forget, it was right before or right after.
I think it was around there.
Yeah. And so we were super busy the weeks before. And then right after I have not stopped being busy since. So it was more or less like, all right, I'm not going to buy it right now just to sit in a backlog. If it goes on sale for Black Friday, I'll swoop it up. So I think I got that for $25, which it was already a great deal when it came out at $49. Obviously much better price. Outside of that, I had to get this. I haven't set it up yet, but I got the 26 terabyte external
Nice.
hard drive. for a
nice.
very good deal. Yeah, and again, that's like something that I need for work for what I do. Of course, the Analog 3D came out, and I have it right over here. I haven't played it yet, and some of the games work and some don't. So I get a summer cart so I can test out things like 64DD games, of course. Then I got this guy. Look, I used to have a BlackBerry. I was quite fond of that BlackBerry. I like having that keyboard. When I'm typing on my phone,
There's going to
it's
be people
always
in the chat who have no idea what you're talking about. when you
Yeah, it's
say you used
okay.
to have a BlackBerry.
Yeah. For the audio listeners, give it a Google. But I'll tell you
It's
what, man.
ridiculous compared to phones today.
Yeah. Well, when I'm using the touchscreen, it just does not press what I'm trying to press. And it's consistently like the letters that are in the corners. It won't press the right one. And with as much as I'm on my phone when it comes to things like replying to comments, which obviously is a lot on YouTube, it can be very, very annoying that it doesn't work right, especially when I'm trying to get work done when I'm not in front of a computer. So I had known they created this. It's called a Clicks keyboard. The brand, I don't know if you guys have heard of them.
I knew you got that.
Of course, I had to get the Phoenix Suns orange one, and yeah, it was on sale. So when I first got my newest iPhone, I had looked at this and considered getting it, but it's like I think it was 180. I'm like, I don't know, I want to spend that much because when I upgrade my phone, I'm gonna have to get a different one. And then if I really love it, this is gonna be an expensive upgrade for every time I get a new phone, right? And then again, it's like, well, what if I don't like it? And I really don't want to deal with Best Buy because they've been very difficult the last, I don't know, 5 years with returns, like extremely difficult. And especially like when I'm returning like very normal things that just literally they don't work, right? They don't work as they're intended to. Before you know it, it's like every manager's over there trying to brainstorm how we're going to figure this out. Like, good fucking Lord. Are you guys serious? You guys act like I'm trying to rob the store. I'm trying to return an item I bought from here, man.
Refund and move on with your fucking life.
Unbelievable. So like only a couple places were selling it, and one of them was Best Buy, and that was the most convenient one. I'm like, I don't want to deal with them if I don't like it. And so Amazon ended up selling it. So I got it on Black Friday for $79.99 instead of what they originally were charging, which was $180. So I'm like, yeah, if it doesn't work out, Amazon, man, no problem. I don't talk to anybody. Just take it to the UPS store, drop it off.
All automated, yeah.
Yeah, so really just a couple of games. And I got a few things on the eShop, just a couple. But yeah, wasn't much. As far as the game sales, like, yeah, there are sales on Switch 1 games that are really good games. And the price was reminiscent of the pricing on the Nintendo player choice games during the N64 or the select titles, right? They're like $40, which was congruent back then. But the thing is like I own all these. I'm not 3, 4, 5 years isn't going to go by where I don't have the new Mario game or the new Zelda. So it's like these games are on sale, but it doesn't apply to me. It doesn't apply to the fans who like really want to play these games when they come out. So I don't know about you guys. That's how I felt. I just didn't feel there was great deals on games, and every year it becomes more like this, where there's not a lot of great deals compared to what it used to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think you picked up some really cool stuff. I do feel similar when it comes to all the big ones across all the consoles. When it's a game I'm super excited for, if it's a new Zelda, a new Mario, if it's a new Final Fantasy or Metal Gear Solid or any of the big ones that I follow, like I'm gonna be there day one always. I like to use these Black Fridays and Cyber Mondays as an opportunity to snag up some of the, I don't want to say lesser titles because they're really not, but there's so many games that come out nonstop nowadays. It's not like the way it used to be in the 90s and early 2000s. There's no droughts anymore. There's crap every month. And unless you're Mr. or Mrs. Moneybags, like you got to make compromises,
Yeah, you do. And that's
these
the
days
thing.
are always opportunities to. No, go ahead.
I think one of us were lagging. But yeah, I was just gonna say that's the thing is that if you're not going to play it right now, it's hard for me to just buy it to go into a backlog if I'm not going to play it right now. And that's why I always tell everyone, like even when I'm reviewing games and I'll see in the comments like, oh my God, like they'll say like this is another game I want to buy. I don't know if I have time right now. It's like, just add it to your wish list.
Right.
And that way you won't forget about it. And when you do have time, go to your wish list, see all the games that you put on there that you might have forgot about because months may have went by. And in the meantime, if it goes on sale, you'll literally get an email from Nintendo or from Sony, PlayStation Store, Xbox, Steam. They all do it. When it goes on sale, then you can pull the trigger. But there's no logic in buying it to go right into your backlog right now, unless it's good, unless it's some sort of major scarcity. But if it is, you're probably not going to know that it was a very limited print, right? Unless it's limited run. But as far as retail goes, you're not going to know if a certain developer decided to only print a very small batch for retail.
I will say there is a handful of games that I've picked up at launch that I know I'm not going to get to right away. Out of fear of like, oh, this might be one that sells out fast and doesn't have a big print. And I've been proven wrong many times on that, but sometimes I do it just for the FOMO. Like an example of that is Live a Live.
Because that's that's game that you want to own physically.
Yes, absolutely. But you got some cool stuff, man. What was that?
I did the same thing with Fantasian.
Don't worry about it.
Fantasian Neo Dimension or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I was like, I have to own a physical copy of that. Like Lunar.
Lunar.
There's a handful of games like that I want to make sure I own physically because I lived in the era when they originally came out. Yeah. And the prices to buy them used were absolutely astronomical because they had these small print runs like Lunar and Suikoden, games like that. Right. These RPGs that are just timeless today. Sure. It's like, all right, those are the games that I want to make sure I have a physical for because I'm not dealing with that bullshit again. I'm going to be wiser, 25, 30 years later.
For sure. All right. I did pick up a few things for the holiday. Not too many, but one of them is something you may have heard about tonight already. And that is a series that I've been a fan of since its inception. And I have very fond memories of high school and college parties, drinking and playing this games and laughing our asses off. And that is Monkey Ball. The day one edition for 20.
Oh, so you got it too?
I got it too. Yeah.
Amazon, right?
I was no, I actually got at Best Buy. I walked at Best Buy. I was like, $19.99. Yes, please. I was not expecting to come home with this title. I've already opened it up and played it because I love Monkey Ball. And yeah, Monkey Ball is awesome, and I want to support it because I hope we get more. I hope we get more. I hope we get a Switch 2 Monkey Ball. Nintendo's a great platform for this series, especially with Nintendo's. I mean, Nintendo's the strongest company for local couch co-op and multiplayer, and this is the type of game that you want to be sitting on the couch with family and friends, screaming at each other and laughing, and just goofing off. So Monkey Ball was a must.
Hey, how's it perform on Switch 2?
I'm good. It's not it's Monkey Ball. It's not the prettiest game, but I had
don't care.
I didn't do any of the multiplayer yet. I've only done the first world, and I had zero issues.
Like frame rate, how is it?
Good. It was smooth. Yeah, buttery smooth. So
excellent.
Next up is a game that I had been so excited about, and I'm normally really good at this. Somehow I forgot about its release, and I'm so happy that this was available. And not only that, I was so happy that I was able to snag this game for $24.99. It is a collection, but this collection features two of my favorite, not just two of my favorite,
Can I guess?
Yes. Hold on. I'll tell you what's two of my favorite, and that'll give it two of my favorite. This will give it away for sure. But whatever. Two of my favorite non-Smash Brothers party fighting games is on this. Absolute
Party
gems.
fighting games?
Yeah, I would consider Smash Brothers a party fighting game.
Yeah.
It's think Smash Brothers with this a little bit. I don't want to confuse you, but I don't know what else to compare it to.
Did you get one of the Nickelodeon game?
No, it's not a Nickelodeon game.
Okay. So is it a Smash style game or no?
So there was two of them. They're not Nintendo games. I believe this would be the first time on a Nintendo console.
I think I know. Let me ask you this. Did they come out on Dreamcast?
They sure did.
Power Stone. So you got the collection.
Yes. $24.99. The Capcom Fighting Collection 2. I have been dreaming of playing Power Stone on our console. Listen, in the audience, if you've never played Power Stone before, this was a Dreamcast fighter. There was two of them. Power Stone 2 is one of the greatest party fighters of all time, next to Smash Brothers Melee and Ultimate, in my opinion. 3D fighter with a 3D space. It has the items and party mechanics of like a Smash Brothers, but there's also item fusion system where you can create new items. Great characters. The games are so fun. This is Power Stone 1 and 2 are like $300, $400 to get Dreamcast. At least they were before this collection. I don't know what they are now. This is rad. I am so happy that I saw this and snagged it right away. Well worth the $25. I can't wait to bust this one open and show the kids Power Stone because, funny story. I had a buddy, we were in college. We set up his Dreamcast. We were at his apartment and we set up his Dreamcast and he busted out Power Stone. And we were kicking his ass, and his new girlfriend was over. And he's normally better. He's way better at Street Fighter 2 than us. So he used to always school us, but we were all kicking his ass at Power Stone. And finally he won a match and he screamed, "Yes!" and ripped a huge fart in front of his new girl. He'd only been dating 3 days. Power Stone.
That's awesome.
It'll knock the gas right out of you. Another game that I picked up, really excited. You guys know I've talked about it on the channel. I'm a huge fan of visual novels. One of my favorite visual novel style series is the Phoenix Wright games. I own the Phoenix Wright collection, but I've never actually played any of these games in the series. And this is the the Ace Attorney. Sorry, not Phoenix Wright. The Ace Attorney. Sorry, the cellophane is still on it. This is the Ace Attorney Investigations collection. It's the one where you play as Miles Edgeworth. So really excited to play these. Again, I love these games. I think this one was either $19.99 or $24.99. I mean, guys, I was able to land a great party game with Monkey Ball, a great fighting game with the collection, great visual novels for the story stuff. And here's one that I didn't own physically, but it's from another similar, somewhat visual novel, but a little bit more puzzle. Probably my favorite of these series. It's from the Zero Escape series. The first one is 999. The second one is Zero Escape. But the third one is Zero Time Dilemma. This wasn't a crazy sale, but this is one that I just needed to add to my collection to have it physically. And I look forward to playing through this one again. This series is incredible. If you guys like visual novels, you have to play through the 999 games. You have to do it. Again, I know Danganronpa got a lot more popular, but if you guys like Danganronpa, play the 999 games. I swear to you. And then the last game that I picked up, it hasn't arrived yet. It was supposed to arrive today, an unexpected delay. This one I think was $20 off. And it's the brand new Digimon Time Stranger. I got it on PS5.
Nice.
So I got it, I got to play with the crew at PAX this year. I also got to play the demo, which was awesome and carries over your save data. But I hadn't gotten around to picking up the actual game. So I have that one coming any day now. And then
You're gonna love it.
luckily my kids don't watch the podcast. I did pick up 2 games for them that are wrapped and under the tree already. My daughter, she loves Splatoon, so I got her Splatoon 3. They had it on sale for $30 at GameStop. And we got my youngest son the Sonic Shadow Generations as well. I think that was 20 or 24. And then the last thing I got for Black Friday, not game related, but super tech. I got my very first smartwatch. The Game Bird's trying to take his health a little bit more seriously. So I got this to hold myself a little bit more accountable. I've got the high cholesterol, so this monitors all the heart function and stuff. And I'm also have it set to test me for sleep apnea because I've been snoring and feeling a little bit restless in the mornings. Reminds me to stand. I'm enjoying it so far. The only problem that I have with this is I need to play around with it. It's like set up to like every notification across like every platform goes to my watch. So I'm like, it's just going ding, 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 like every 5 seconds. But yeah, that's my holiday haul. I'm super excited, guys. I get to play Power Stone. I can't even believe it. Anyways.
Yeah,
That's
just
a good
as
haul, man.
an aside, Game Bird, you get tested because I was borderline. I got my CPAP. It is a whole hell. It is nice. It does.
Yes, everyone in the house thinks I have it because I used to never snore, but about 2 years ago I started snoring really heavy, and I'm like, I feel like I barely slept almost every day, and I've heard it's life changing. Like if I do have it, I hear it's life changing.
Even if you're borderline, and your insurance covers it, get it because it helps.
Put it this way, Eric's not sleeping right now.
Yeah, right.
Normally, this part of the show, people in the chat are like, "Is Eric asleep?"
Yeah. Well, it doesn't help that my camera's high and I'm looking down, but so and my eyes don't ever like open more than this. So, yeah. No, I'm as so update for people who remember I missed a show because of my sleep test. I ended up with the CPAP, and it's been nice. So
good. I'm
Hell
glad
yeah.
that's working.
Yeah, me too.
I'm sure you wish you had it at PAX West. You would have had more energy.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't actually really all that tired.
You were wired at PAX West.
Yeah.
See, the excitement can drive you up.
Right.
Yeah.
The worst part about the CPAP though is like, oh God, I like if I need a CPAP machine, that means I'm gonna be sleeping and looking like I'm on a hospice every night.
Yeah. My fiance is on it, and like it doesn't bother me or anything, but it's like, okay, it makes when I'm trying to cuddle a little more awkward.
You accidentally pinch the tube.
Oh God, no! Those tubes are all like this big around. You pinch that, that's pretty damn good.
In your sleep, you're just like that.
Jeez.
I was sleep strangling. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah. Oh my God. That's hilarious.
Anyways, Yeah, that's it on my end. The thing that I really like about this topic, or like talking about these game pickups, is it gives us an opportunity to talk about some of the games out there for Switch that maybe have less buzz around them. You know, obviously we're going to be talking about the Zeldas, we're going to be talking about the Metroids and the Marios, but there's a lot of really cool third party that comes to the platform that gets these great sales. You know, getting a sick third party game for $20 on your platform of choice. Hell yes. I'm all for it. But yeah, that's it.
All right. Let's get to the headline topic. Dash, what the hell are we talking about, buddy?
All right, let me pull this up here. Okay, so yeah, Metroid Prime 4 review discussion. And I'm sure you've all seen the review scores. And of course, our next episode, we're going to do impressions. But today,
no
let's
review
talk
period.
about.
Yep, next week.
We'll talk about the Metacritic score, where it's at right now. It's at 81. Of course, there seems to be a lot of complaints out there. And, you know, I don't know how many reviews you guys have read, how much you've looked into any of this.
Well, I'm about 25 reviews I've read.
25
Dang.
reviews.
Yeah. Wanted to
That's
get
a
a
lot,
good
man.
picture of the negative and the positive and what people were saying.
I've only looked at maybe like, I want to say like four, maybe five, 4 or 5 reviews I've looked at.
I just like to get a good
Or listen to. Maybe that's a better way to phrase it.
Sometimes listening.
Listen
Yep.
to.
Yep. Some of them I listen to. Yeah.
Yeah, I read one out of curiosity, and that was it. And it was because of the score. And I knew before the review was even published that it was going to be at the bottom of the scale. And that is why I wanted to read it, because, you know, like I privately predicted with myself that this outlet is going to give it a bad score based on their complaining in the preview session. And so, of course, I was like, you know, I want to see if they're really going to stick with this, if they still want to be, you know, irritated about the things that they talked about. That, you know, to me, for me, is obviously not a big deal. But I was interested in that, and it got me to actually do some digging too on their actual website and how they review games, like how they actually determine review scores and how they go about it. And then it got me to digging on some other websites as well. And so, like, I wasn't reading so much Metroid Prime 4 reviews outside of the one that I read, because that one that I read got me to start going to a bunch of other websites to look at their review system and read it. And I gotta say, I walked away thinking that this is a complete pile of horseshit when I read their actual like review scale and like how they review games on all these websites. I was appalled. It was nothing but a giant word salad. I'm like, what is this crap? It's very interesting. It's very interesting. It got me thinking about a lot of things with reviews, you know, but we'll unpack that in this topic. So, Landon, I'll let you kick it off since you're our guest. Have you read any reviews yet? And if not, just how do you what are your thoughts on the Metacritic score?
Yeah, I read a lot. I read about 7 to 10 of them. So I've been like the last couple of years, what I do is I have this new thing on my channel where I will kind of combine a lot of the reviews, a lot of the good, a lot of the bad. So that way, not necessarily for the score, but for people to see what a lot of people are really loving and also what a lot of people really disliking about a game. And this one was weird for me as well. Just like you were saying, I know a lot of these reviewers say they don't do things based off of like, I don't like this, let's take a couple points off, but it feels like they do. Like I will read a lot of these reviews and it feels like there's not a lot that I'm seeing that's making me think this is an 80. If anything, I'm like, most of the things that they were talking about, I'm like, this sounds like a 90 plus game, but I'm like, it's almost like, oh, we're going to, drop it off a whole point just because there's some chatty dialogue. Oh, we're going to drop it off a whole point because there's and it's just like, it's just weird things. And
well, what's interesting too, Landon, I'm glad you mentioned that, is that when they have these things that they don't like, we have no idea how that works on their review scale. Right. Like this complaint that they had, what does this translate to?
Yep.
What's the numerical value? How is this going to affect it? Because what you just said to me is not a big deal. If I'm reading it and there's something they're complaining about, and I think to myself, that's not a big deal to me. That's not going to bother me. So I'm sitting here thinking like, well, how much is that going to tip the scale? But we have no idea because they don't tell you. And because it's not clearly defined and you don't even know what makes up their review scores. And this is what I found out in all my research, that no one does it like they used to back in the day. This isn't like GamePro magazine where they're talking about like the graphics, the gameplay, the sound design, the controls, and the fun factor. You know what I mean? Like the things that I think we all care about. All right, so continue, please.
Yeah, and of course, like we haven't played it yet, and I'm just sitting here. It's hard for me to judge if some of the things they're saying are true yet. I got to get really deep into the game. Is the open world really, barren as some people say it is? And yeah, but that's what it came down to when I looked at all the reviews. It was mostly two things. It was this open world was kind of empty, and some people were bored, some people loved it. But then same thing with the side characters, which we all knew was going to be a big issue from the previews. Some people think they're too chatty. Some people said it's not an issue. But even looking some of those things still makes me say, like, why is it that we are at this point where having a couple of characters that are, a little chatty or some side characters to support the main role? How is that something that some of the reviews were genuinely like, this ruined my experience. Which doesn't make sense because I'm reading other reviews that are saying over half of the game, you're alone, you're isolated over more than half the game. So I'm like, that's just such a weird thing to make you so like against the game just because there's some characters that talk and stuff. And I'm one of the weird people that loved Other M. It had its issues for sure, but I love the world building with the extra characters. Like I love having more characters in the story and just tying the plot with other people that you care about and other people that you have to protect with Samus. And so when I saw these extra characters with all these Federation troopers, I thought it was awesome. And I was like, sweet, like, you were getting some more names again. And, from everything that I've seen, I'm not even bothered by Miles. I mean, I know a lot of people can't stand him and stuff. I'm like, you know what, bring him in. I don't care, and from everything I've heard, he's only in a super small portion of the game. So it's just like, I don't understand how something like that, maybe the open world does have some issues, I have to play around with it. But I mean, just when it comes to that dialogue thing, that's one thing that really just bugs me. And, we can get into that as a whole discussion because especially with people that call themselves Metroid fans and then they, get online just to say Metroid's ruined, it has characters. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, it's been the oddest discourse. I don't know. I feel like I've seen, there's been some odd stuff, right, in recent years with games, and there's been different reasons though. Like some of the discourse has been, or a lot of discourse I've seen has been like politically driven, which I'm like, don't want to hear anything about that shit.
Nope.
This is about character in the game. Like, wait, what? It's just interesting. Like, how do you get through a day? How do you get through your day? if a character in a video game and the small amount of screen time that they have is going to tip your mental scales to literally like you flip your mental switch and suddenly you've just lost it, because a lot of the takes I've seen are people just absolutely mentally losing it. Like what happens like when you get in the car and drive and someone like accidentally maybe cuts you off or does it on purpose, or you're at the grocery store, basically anywhere where there's humans. How do you get through the day if this is going to do that to you? Like, I'm trying to think big picture stuff here. Like,
Well, from what I'm getting, I'm seeing it like I think a lot of these people are trying so hard. Like same thing with the actual score of it being an 81. I think so many people are comparing it to that first trilogy, and
Yeah.
they're like almost wanting this game to not like they want the series to grow, but they want it to just stay in that. Like they want it to be the true successor to Prime 3, which a lot of reviewers said it was. So
they did.
It feels like these two things that they're nitpicking are the two things that's not in the first three games, really, outside maybe Prime 3 with a little bit of chat. But I'm like, that's what I'm getting from this. It's not exactly what we wanted from the first three games. It's the nostalgia taking over. Nintendo's trying to add some new, fresh ideas to the series, and they're not liking it. So,
Okay. All right. I'll have some more things to say, but I want to hear from everyone else. Gamebird, what are your thoughts, man?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. This game seems, from what I've seen, this game seems pretty divisive. And make no mistake, I think we were all expecting, I don't want to speak for you guys, but I feel like we were all expecting this game to score higher on things like Metacritic and OpenCritic. I was expecting this to land above the 90s. So seeing it fall below that is a bummer. That being said, I said it earlier in the show tonight. Anything in the 8 is a great game. That's not mediocre. It's not average. It's not decent. It's not good. It's great. It's next to excellent, and it's close. It's only two grades away from masterpiece. So it's obviously it's going to take me getting my hands on the game and seeing where this lands for me as far as ranking or how I personally would score the game. But that being said, everything I've seen about this game, I'm very excited about. I'm super hyped for. I think it was the show that, Stash, you were gone. You were at a wedding. We had just gotten the Metroid Prime 4 Direct, where it showed off the trailer that showed off the Viola, the motorcycle, for the first time. And I was the one person in the podcast that night who expressed concerns about that. The bike was my biggest worry about this game. And there's a reason for that. The reason is, a lot of times when you play a game that introduces some sort of a mount or a vehicle where that's not a central core mechanic to the way the game was designed, oftentimes it leads to complaints in the reviews saying like the vehicle parts were terrible or the vehicle didn't control well. I know for me, games like Borderlands, like I hate driving the vehicle. I find it a pain in the ass. This is a mechanic that hurt reviews for Arkham Knight. Too much Batmobile, didn't control well. That was my concern. I've heard people complain about the desert being barren, but I've only seen praise to the way the motorcycle controls. I can't speak for all. I've only looked at like 4 or 5 reviews, but I've seen, the bike controls great. So that was my big concern. As far as the characters, Miles didn't faze me. It looked like, they have a character like Otacon from Metal Gear Solid, and no uprising when Otacon was in Metal Gear Solid. Very strange. And that's it's a stealth game about isolation and being on a stealth mission by yourself. Metal Gear Solid 4 had Johnny, who was like complete comedic relief. So it was definitely interesting to me. But yeah, Landon kind of touched on this, but listen, I love Metroid Prime 1. I love Metroid Prime 2. I love Prime 3. I think they're amazing games. The series needs to evolve. Are all the evolutions in Prime 4 going to be a winner for me? I don't know. I haven't played it yet, but I'm not concerned. And think about the Legend of Zelda. Like, we got Breath of the Wild. This is a game that basically took everything that you know and love about Zelda and turned it upside down on itself. You love dungeons, traditional dungeons and temples, gone. You love traditional bosses and mini bosses, gone. You love classic items like the hookshot, the iron boots, the megaton hammer, gone. You like a focused and linear storyline, gone. Are we reviewing this game based on what we want it to be, or are we reviewing it on the merits of what it is? Because
Yeah, I think it's on what you said first. From what I've gathered, is that it's on what people wanted it to be inside in their mind.
Right. Yeah.
Not-
And the thing is, like, I want to reiterate, I did think this game was going to score higher. Maybe this game does feel like I haven't played it yet. Maybe this does feel I haven't played the demo. I didn't get to play it. It wasn't at PAX. I didn't get to go to the Switch event and play the demo like you did, Stash. I haven't experienced this game at any caliber. I cannot wait to get my hands on it. I will say this, regardless of where this ranks for me, regardless of whether I think this is an 80, a 90, or a 100, what I can say is the things I've heard about it has made me, and the things I've seen on it have made me more and more hyped as we get closer to launch. I forget his name, the reviewer from IGN who gave this game an 8.
Logan.
And loved it. Logan, thank you. Crowd favorite Logan. He gave it an 8. He said he loved the game. He said it has massive highs, but it also has some big lows. That's fair. That's Logan's opinion. I feel like he gave an honest review of his experience. I don't feel like he reviewed the game unfairly. However, after his review was posted, he tweeted something that shot my hype up. I'm sure some of you might know what I'm talking about. He tweeted that if you're a fan of traditional style Zelda games,
Yeah.
here I am, baby. And you love those traditional dungeons.
Yeah.
And you miss that sort of gameplay that we lost with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, that Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is the game for you. And it's the closest thing that we've gotten to traditional Zelda outside of traditional Zelda before Prime 4. Listen, that may be a deviation from what we know of Prime 1, 2, and 3. But that sounds like a deviation that I, as a Zelda fan, could totally get on board for. And guys, Zelda's not the only series that turned things upside down. I mean, look at Donkey Kong Bonanza. Look at on another platform, God of War. Who went into God of War feeling like this game would be a lot better if Kratos had a son who was a companion who yaps the whole game and says, "Look over there, Dad." Like, it's
Right.
weird that there's just, I don't know if it's
Which that game one had. I didn't even know that was a thing. Like, I didn't know people were complaining about it until actually this Metroid stuff came up, because people compared it to that. I'm like, what was wrong with that? I had no idea there was a thing about that where people were upset that father and son are talking.
Yeah.
What kind of world do we live in, dude? This is wild.
Yeah. It's crazy. So yeah, I'm not sure if some of it is just sensationalism. Obviously it is it's like the cool thing to do right now. Nintendo's dominating the video game space. They're just nonstop kicking ass at every turn. They're an unstoppable force. So when a company's doing so well, regardless of whether or not you agree with their decisions, the fact of the matter is they're at the height of their popularity. The Switch 2 is just like crushed, the Switch 1 crushed in sales. The Switch 2 is off to being the fastest selling system of all time. We'll see if that momentum continues. It could just, it could peak and then just drop. We don't know yet. I think that's going to come down to the momentum and the library that they continue to pump out. But I'm excited to get my hands on this. Listen, there might be changes I don't like. There might be changes that I love. I really won't know until I get my hands on it, where it lands for me. Who knows? Maybe I'll hate the game. I have no idea. But the point is that like I'm not going in with expectations of what I think Prime 4 should be. The fact of the matter is, here's the hard truth, is this is a dying series. This is a series that can't sell. I'm not talking about Metroid as a franchise. I'm talking about Prime. Does not sell. It is dying. Nintendo, Retro, they needed to shake things up. They needed to evolve somehow. Yeah, maybe not. This isn't the perfect evolution of the series. Do I like the isolated experience? Yeah, I think it's awesome. I think it's what makes Metroid unique. In a world of games with all the story elements and side quests and side characters and subplots, it's a unique experience. But the fact of the matter is that no one's buying it. There's enough people buying Metroid Prime to fill a stadium, and that's it. You know, finding a Metroid Prime fan out in the wild is like finding a needle in a haystack. We're a dying breed. We're like the people arguing for Laserdisc to come back. So this might not be the exact evolution you want for the series, but the hope is that this game is played by more new people than Metroid fans, because we need this series to grow. We need this series. My dream is that this is most people who purchase first Metroid game ever, because that means interest is finally there. I hope it does well. I don't think scores are going to affect sales because, you know, that's not really how it works. You know, I mean, Fortnite would be a 10 out of 10 masterpiece gaming perfection if it came down to that. So we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see how
we got to look outside of our bubble that we're in with the video game space. Like if you're trying to attract new people to play a Metroid, are they going on and looking at Metacritic first? Are the casuals looking at that? If that's who you're trying to attract, which again, I believe that is part of their game plan, because it's the only way you're going to grow it. There's not new Metroid fans being born. Like, we are the age we are. We grew up with it. We love it. The only way you're going to get new ones is if you start changing some things up.
Yeah.
Like you said, like with Ocarina of Time, the one review I read, the headline was Metroid Prime for Ocarina of Prime.
That sounds epic.
As if this was such a shitty thing that that this is like Ocarina of Time with the you know, they're comparing Hyrule Field to the desert, and just like how disappointed. It's like, what? And I just kept reading more. I'm like, these are all great things.
Right. Well, here's the other thing too, is that like, listen, we've got this, and I've made a video about like Nintendo's kind of 2-pillar system with its games. You know, the 2D Marios, that's classic, tried and true A to B platformer, rescue the princess, and then you've got the 3D ones that are super innovative and adventurous. Guys, we still have classic Metroid. That's going to be isolation. That's going to give you, and dude, Metroid Dread is like one of the best, like top 5 Switch games easily. The game is a masterpiece. We're going to be getting more 2D Metroids. Maybe Prime is a good one for them too. Prime started as an experiment. The game started as a Metroid game that Metroid fans didn't want.
No
Metroid fan wanted a first-person shooter.
It's like they didn't want Wind Waker. They didn't want Wind Waker, and they didn't want that. And it was the same time period.
Maybe not everything lands with this one. Maybe there's some growing pains, but innovation's good. I hope I love this game. I like a lot of the things I'm hearing. You know, I do. You know, if there's one thing I've seen that I can just, from the trailers and from the reviews, I could say, oh, I wish that was better. Maybe the desert. You know, hearing that there's no music in the desert, that's a bummer. You know, I was just ragging on Breath of the Wild last week with not really ragging on it, but giving a tough critique on it as a Zelda fan. And music was one of the areas that, you know, that game loses me a little bit. So hearing that there's no music in the desert, that's a little bit of a bummer. I would have loved to get some like kind of like Dune style sci-fi desert desert theme while you're cruising through. And the fact that it's a little bit barren is a little bit of a bummer. But
Yeah.
outside of that,
sounds like the real desert.
yeah.
I live in
Outside of that,
I was gonna say it has music. I heard it today. It's just very.
okay.
It's think of it more like Breath of the Wild style, where it's like very subtle, but it's there. If people were hoping for like a grand, Hyrule Field theme, right? Like we have from old Zeldas. No, it's not that. It's very subtle. I don't know. Just based on what I saw today and heard, I was like, well, this kind of fits a desert. So I don't know. I don't know what I was expecting. It's not like I was expecting Gerudo Valley to start popping off.
There is a radio station. You got to scan the amiibo for it. I heard. So
yeah, you scan the Viola amiibo and you can change the music in the desert.
Oh yeah. You could pick anything you want if you have Viola.
But there is music on it, so I heard it incorrectly. I've seen people posting on Twitter and misinformation, folks. They clowned me. Damn it! I never get clowned on my own show.
There's misinformation about this game. Dude.
But
there's a person today who kept sharing this post with me from 4chan and kept trying to tell me that Miles McKenzie does not shut up and talks the entire fucking game. And I'm like, dude, have you read any review? They literally say when you go to the main section, your comms are cut off. You can't talk to them even if you want to. Like, what are we doing?
And isn't that exactly what we said on the podcast right after the previews?
Exactly what we said.
I think we all did on Twitter. That I guarantee you, this dude, Miles McKenzie, that everyone is complaining about, is going to go away right after this. Like, have you ever played a video game from beginning to end? Because I start to doubt that some of these people have.
Yeah,
that's why you
think
feel
this
like
person's
a lot of
gonna be
it's
here
got to
the
be
whole game.
sensationalism.
Yeah, and he will talk to you throughout the game. Yes, when you're in Soul Valley driving around, basically, I listened to the Giant Bomb Q&A, and the guy who reviewed the game was like, "Yeah, he talks, but like, it's only after you spend like 45 minutes or an hour where you're farting around doing whatever the hell you feel like, and then he'll be like, hey." Just so you know, you're supposed to be going to do this thing. It's like a reminder of what the next task is in the mainline story.
Sounds like Navi from Legend of Zelda.
Yeah, it's really not that big of a deal. He said it's some people need that too. Like sometimes you play for long sessions or you leave and don't play for like a week and you come back and you don't remember what to do. It's nice to have a little nudge in the direction. He's not giving you answers. He's just telling you, this is where it wants to go. He even noted, and I read this in some other reviews, everyone seems to have played the game through the same way in a sort of a linear pattern, but apparently the game does also suggest very early on that you can pretty much do anything you want. But the one guy that I was listening to on the podcast, he said that the problem was he tried going to another area and he couldn't get in, but he only tried one spot. Maybe he could have gone to a different area and got in and did it out of order, but the game apparently tells you can do that, but everyone seemed to play it the way that, just like Breath of the Wild, like it nudges you to go a certain path. And it seems like that's what most of the reviewers did, which to be fair, isn't too surprising. I mean, they probably had like 3 or 4 days with this game and they slammed it. So.
Yep. And I just want to say a few more things. I know I'm yapping on this, but I'm excited and like, listen, it's okay for some things to be different than your expectations. I'm going to make the Zelda comparison. For me, as much as I love Breath of the Wild, like I still revere that game as a 10 out of 10. I think it's one of the most important games of the last generation. But did I want a Zelda game without some of the staples that weren't broken, that staples that made me a Zelda fan to start? No. I never wanted a Zelda game without traditional dungeons. It's one of my favorite parts of every Zelda game. Like when I think of favorite, like when I start thinking about breaking down my list of favorite Zelda games, I think about the quality of it's one of the first things I think about. Oh, what are my favorite dungeons? Which game had the most dungeons that wowed me? So yeah, I never wanted a Zelda game where my weapons break every 5 seconds, especially Breath of the Wild. When you have 2 weapons break fighting one enemy, I never wanted that. Game's still a 10 out of 10 for me. The game's remarkable, but again, it's about reviewing the game for what it is instead of your expectations, because as much of a masterpiece that I believe Breath of the Wild is, if I reviewed that game based on my expectations of what it means to be a Zelda game, that game would have reviewed much lower, because I would have been like, main villain, garbage. It's a storm. The main village is like, it's like finding out that the bad guy was a tornado the whole time. They don't even talk to you. They don't antagonize you throughout. They don't foil your plans, set you back in your adventure halfway through. I would have iconic tunes gone. Dungeon's gone. Boss is gone. Master Sword goes on a cooldown this game. This sucks. So, yeah, nothing wrong with wanting isolation. You're not wrong for loving that about Metroid, because that's a great part of the Prime series. Nothing wrong with that. But let's give this one give this one a chance. And guys, for the love of God, my last piece. Stop calling this like a dumpster fire and like a complete failure. It's in the 80s. That's great. That's a fantastic game. I literally, and this isn't me coping. This isn't me. I've never played the game. Like I said, I could hate the game. I won't know till I doubt it, but I won't know till I play it. But I said like maybe a month ago, maybe 2 months ago on the podcast, like, what's like this whole thing with people being so like a 7 is a complete trash. You know how many 7s I love? You know how many things that have averaged in the 70s on Meta or OpenCritic that for me are like personal 85s or 88s or 90s? Tons.
Yeah, that's
Age
again,
of
that's
Imprisonment is that for me.
why it always goes back to review scores and the importance people place on it, and how ultimately I think it does a lot of damage. But I'll get into that after. I want to hear from you guys, because I have some.
Sorry I yapped so
some
much,
big
everyone. I
picture
just
thoughts after you guys.
It's a
it was
podcast.
good.
You don't yap. And why? What's going on?
fair enough. In that
All right.
case, I've got more to say. Just kidding.
That's fine.
Eric, your thoughts?
Yeah. I honestly don't look at Metacritic. I haven't really until we bring it up on the podcast every once in a while. I was like, oh, all right, cool. I trust more in the three of you across the top here's opinions more than I care about game reviews. So if you guys tell me I think I'm gonna like it, I probably will. If it's one of those things that I think you guys kind of know my game tastes quite a bit now, since we've known each other. So I mean, I'm gonna trust you guys. If you guys are gonna say it's a great game, I'll believe you. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm gonna pick it up. No, but it'd be one of those that I'd be definitely more willing to try if you guys gave it your seal of approval than
Next week's
looking at
impressions.
any sort of review. So
Yeah.
that's
That
just
makes
kind of where
sense.
I'm at with that type of stuff. I do I look like at product reviews when I'm buying stuff? Absolutely. But that doesn't necessarily, I just glance. I don't really,
Well, I look at it like this, Eric, because review scores have never determined if I'm buying something.
yeah.
When it comes to entertainment, I could tell from trailers if I'm interested or not.
Right. Yeah. And that's kind
I
of
don't really need
where
a
I'm at too.
review.
Yeah. Right.
To tell me. Yeah.
No, for sure. But and then that's kind of the way I am too, is you guys and then the trailers. And but it's one of those that I like to see kind of the best and the worst of reviews and stuff, and just kind of go, okay, what makes more sense? Is it just a couple people bitching, or they get a lemon of a product or something like that, and did the company do anything to fix it? That's just me looking at stuff online to buy. But when it comes to gaming, I trust my friends more than just any random person on the internet. So
Yep.
Yeah,
I like that point a lot.
it's true. Does anyone here ever listen to Kind of Funny Games?
Yep.
So I listen to them sometimes, especially when there's a big Nintendo game that comes out, because
Yep.
I really like Tim Geddes on that show. He's a big Nintendo guy on the crew, but what I like about him is, listen, it's one of the things I love about being on this podcast with you guys, because it's hanging out with friends and sharing our love and excitement for video games. You know, this is a Nintendo show, but I you know, Landon, I assume you like games outside of Nintendo too. I know everyone on the podcast just loves games in general. He's the type of character that you see genuine excitement about a lot of the classic Nintendo stuff. And that's what makes me enjoy listening to his takes. And he gave his personal score for Metroid Prime 4 a 9 out of 10. He did mention that there were some low moments in the game for him, things that he would have wished were done differently or not been a part of the game at all. But he said that the highs are insane in this game. He mentioned that the locations, when I think of like the best locations in the series, he's like, I pick all the locations in this game because they're unbelievable. And he mentioned what he called like an equivalent to like dungeons. Again, people are making these Zelda references. He's saying they're like masterpieces or 10 out of 10. All the dungeons. I don't know what they mean by dungeons, but all the dungeons in this game, according to Tim, are masterpieces. And so that's exciting. And you know, this is someone, you know, this is someone who's genuinely excited and passionate about the series. So that's the stuff you like to hear. We'll see. I hope this is a 9 out of. I hope this is a 9 or a 10 for all of us here tonight. Maybe it won't be, but regardless, even if it's 8 out of 10, I mean, I don't know. I hope people enjoy this game. I hope it sells well. I hope we get to see another Metroid Prime ultimately. You know, maybe there's a little bit less divisiveness if they get another stab at it.
Yeah.
They see some of the feedback. They make some tweaks here and there. Then maybe the next one's a 93, 94. That's all.
Right, Prime, what are your thoughts?
For starters, obviously, you know, it being an 81, the big thing that was a shocker, I think, to Nintendo fans is like the pedigree of the series is every mainline Metroid Prime's a 90 or above. All of them. The lowest one was Corruption. Some of the criticisms on that were the dialogue and the interactions with the NPCs, but you know, it was still Metroid Prime through and through. Still was a 90 plus. Funny thing is, it's like the same complaints this time. The dialogue, the NPCs, but it's still Metroid Prime through and through, and it's somehow 9 points worse. It's kind of interesting because almost every single review says some of the highest moments in Metroid happen in this game, which is insane. So some of the absolute best moments in the series history happens in this game, but some people gave it a 6. I'm confused. It doesn't seem to line up. The lows are that bad. The lows are so bad that it's like unplayable for you or something. It's interesting because a lot of the controversies around the NPCs, and this is not the first time we've had like everyone keeps going other M. Dude, Metroid Prime 3 had voice acting and NPCs just like this. Like it was in this part of Metroid Prime.
That's because a lot of those people have never played a Metroid game and just know that other M from seeing people's tweets and posts.
Yeah, that's like the dark.
So they're
horse.
making the comparison, but a lot of people who are complaining about it have never played Prime 3.
It's more than I remembered too. Like when I went back and replayed it, I was like, Prime 3 has a lot of characters.
Yeah, it is very chatty and yappy.
Yeah. And like there's like a scene that Andy Robinson shared. Forgot the name of the character, but one of the Space Marines, one of the females, is like going like all fangirl when Samus walks in the room, right? There's a scene exactly like that in Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, and it's like 18 times more cringe in Metroid Prime 3. The voice acting is actually good this time. The animation's actually good. And if you think about the Federation, they know a lot about Samus at this point. Samus has basically been the galactic badass for a while. So there is a high chance that someone meeting Samus would act like a fan, because that's what the character acts like as a fan. Even supposedly at one point asked for an autograph. Makes sense. This is Samus, and she's a badass female kicking space pirate booty all over the galaxy, saving the Galactic Federation's ass on more than one occasion. dealing with the Metroid infection, among others. And she's a badass. Yeah, of course she's a celebrity in her own universe. This isn't like Zelda and Link where it's like a new Zelda, a new Link every generation. No, it's been one Samus this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
She has accolades out the fucking ass. So yeah, there's going to be some people that are going to fangirl over a badass female, just like they would in real life.
I don't know if you saw my tweet. I said the same thing.
I've done this in real life.
I got killed for it.
Dude, I've done this in real life, and like I don't celebrities and all that, you know, they're just people, right? But man, goddamn, if like, you know, I haven't been to, say it's Memorial Day and you see some soldiers who fought for your freedom, we're in war. You feel something. You know, in that case, I'm not going to run up fanboying, but there's a level of respect, a level of thankfulness I want to show them. And in this case, she's literally the celebrity of her universe. And here she is, yet again, saving their asses. Without being asked to. She's just doing it because it's the right thing to do. She could tell them to fuck off, and she doesn't do that because it's not what Samus does. She actually does care as much as she's stoic and has no person. No, she does care. She's shown she's cared throughout series history. It's just she's not going to talk a lot. And again, she barely talks. I don't think I haven't heard a single voice line from her in any of the reviews. If there is, maybe it's at the end of the game. There is a voice actor for her, so there could be some lines at the end. Obviously, the end is not spoiled for me, so I have no idea if she does say anything at the end, which I could imagine in the final scene. Maybe she takes off the helmet. Maybe she says something. And that's fine. If they wait till the end of the game for her to say something, that's totally fine. I know there was a knock that, sometimes she should say stuff when, you know, the NPCs are going, saying things, and then she doesn't respond. It makes it feel awkward. I'm like, well, every scene I keep being shown of the NPCs talking where you tell me it's awkward, she's not responding. I'm like, dude, what the fuck do you think she's going to say? She's doing this whole, if I have nothing nice to say fucking nothing at all. Because like some of the things being said to her, it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. I just kicked this boss's ass. Can I get a moment to fucking breathe over here? You know, like I'm just like, what is happening? Like, this is what Sam is. She doesn't talk a lot. She's not mute. She's not like Link. She does talk. Technically, Link talks as well. That's a different conversation. But point is, like, she talks in the games several times. But in this game, maybe she doesn't until the end. Point is, these reviews, I haven't played the game besides I did touch the demo at Best Buy on Black Friday. So I was like, right there. I was like, all right, cool. I'll play this for a little bit. I didn't even finish it because I already know everything that happens in this demo. It's not a new demo. Just wanted to get a feel for the gameplay. At that moment, I wish I had my Joy-Con 2s with me because I would have tried to sync them up and try mouse mode, but you know, because you couldn't detach them. But that's all right. So yeah, played fantastic. Played exactly like I expected Metroid Prime to play. But again, I have to play the game day one tomorrow. But my primary problem with the reviews, some of them, not all of them, but there was like 3, because I've read like 25-ish reviews. 3 of them were heavily projecting what they want the game to be instead of telling me what the game is. And I got to the end of the review and I knew nothing more about the game than I knew before I started the review. But I sure as fuck knew a hell of a lot about what the author wants a Metroid game to be. And that's cool. Reviews are opinions. That's fine. I'm not into that kind of review. And that kind of review, you know, leads to people doing scores. And like the problem, I don't have an issue with review scores on the whole. I think it's all about the outlet. And the problem is every outlet does it different, right? So some outlets view it like a grading scale. C is solid, playable, enjoyable experience, but not fantastic. B is really, really good. So anything in the 80s, really, really fucking good. You get to the 90s, you're talking about this is like a must play. I'm going to suggest this to most people. Okay. That's generally how some people do it. Then they go, if I'm in the 60s, you know, it's playable. Someone might enjoy it if you're really into this particular thing, but probably a passer. And then anything below that, just don't even buy it. Right. It's F tier at that point. All right. I'm fine. I actually like that grading scale. I think it's easily understandable. A lot of us grow up with the typical grade scale. I think it makes sense, but not everyone does it that way. We all know the typical, if it's not a 9 or above, the game's shit. And that's not, even though gamers are the ones that set it that way, it's actually the websites that sometimes do that too. Where they'll say a game is absolute trash and give it a 7.8. And you're like,
you know what review scale I love? Anyone ever watch ACG? ACG reviews?
Yeah,
He does,
I've watched
it's like a must buy, wait for sale, or pass, or skip, or whatever he says. I love that.
yeah, sure.
I love that.
Yeah, there's
Must
small
buy,
that do
wait for
that.
sale,
Not every
or
outlet
skip.
even does scores. I don't have a problem with the scores. The problem is aggregating scores together from completely different scoring systems. It leads to not necessarily what I'm going to say is incorrect. Like I know Metacritic does weighted on the reviews. OpenCritic does not. I think on OpenCritic it's at 82 instead of at 81 because they don't weight it. It's just here's all the review scores from the various websites. Here's the average.
Yep, it's an average.
Some people prefer that. Some people prefer it to be weighted to maybe like not put so much emphasis on say, hey, it's a Nintendo game. Maybe Nintendo Life's review shouldn't count as much as somebody else's, right? Because there's going to be an inherent Nintendo bias. So I'm kind of 50-50 on if I like there to be weighting or not. But the thing is, the score ultimately doesn't matter to me. There are so many games that have scored in the 7s, even the 6s, that I've absolutely loved and adored. And there's games that have been, 95s that I'm like, this is okay. Like I can see why people like this, but it's just not for me. So to me, review scores, the overall score doesn't matter so much. Like I already knew I was going to get Metroid Prime 4 before I got Metroid Prime 4. And after the previews dropped, I remember we were talking about it, and maybe it's just on my live stream with my audience. So I'm like, dude, I already know what these reviews are going to say. They're going to hate these NPCs. They're going to hate on all this shit. And it's going to be given a lower score because they're scrutinizing this more than they scrutinized Metroid Prime 3. And it began with the previews, and it was going to extend to this because they're going to have to replay those same areas they did in the previews they didn't like. They're going to have to deal with the Miles McKenzie section again, so they have to play it twice, whereas most of us are only going through it once, maybe twice if we do hard mode after. And if they didn't like it the first time, they're really going to hate it the second time. And then they're going to find out, hell, there's other characters, and they also talk, and they're going to hate that then. If they hated the first one, they're going to hate the second, the third. Oh, apparently they love the last character. The fourth one you get is more stoic, barely talks. I'm like, oh, so you like a character that has no personality. That's fine. There are, I'd say we probably all know people IRL that feel like they have their personality is no personality. Try not to be mean, but there are some people out there that it just kind of feels like they exist. And that's about it. I don't know. I can't get a read on them because like there's just nothing. It just feels like there's nothing there. And that's apparently the characters they love are the ones that it's like there's nothing there, like they just don't exist. I'm like, so
present.
Yeah, they're just present. So I'm like, that okay, so you like it because they have no personality. I'm like, I'm confused. And then they sit there. This is the thing that really gets me. And some of these reviews, Metroid's never been known for like having a super deep, elaborate story. It's never been known as like the best story. It's all about the gameplay and the atmosphere. They started to complain about the story. Oh, the story's not very good. I'm like, okay, so you're doing two things here at the same time. One, you're saying you hate having NPC interactions. You don't want any of them. Then you're also saying the story sucks. But in order for the story to be good, you have to have more NPC interactions. So what do you want? Do you want them to go all in, create an epic story? Or do you want them to make an epic Metroid Prime game and just have light story elements like they do with very little and controlled NPC interactions? And then the rest of the time you're by yourself. Literally, when you're doing the dungeons, as people are referencing them, which are just like normal Metroid Prime areas, literally, you can't talk to anyone. What? That's not what you wanted? Oh no, you might get a communication after an hour in Soul Valley. Oh my God, what am I gonna do? Like what? What are we doing? What? Metroid has literally had voice acting in it. We had it in Prime 3. We had it in Other M, sure. Yeah, the dialogue went a little too far. Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, I was never bothered by any of the dialogue there. And now I'm supposed to be bothered here because there's a Mackenzie character acting exactly the way I fucking would if I got transported to the middle of fucking nowhere.
Can I ask a question? What's the issue with the I know a lot of like I have some issues with other but my memory of the dialogue in that story is very limited because I've only played through it once and it was when the game was brand new. So what's wrong with the dialogue in that game? Just so I know what people are referring to.
I love Other M. Okay, I want to be very clear. I actually really enjoy the game where most people don't. But the thing I agree with everyone on is the dialogue.
Is it just written poorly? Like, is it just like people don't speak that way? What's the issue?
It's hard to know. Remember. The voice acting is so bad.
Okay, bad voice
acting. I don't know. Like the voice acting is really bad, and then I don't know if that means the script is bad or the combination of both. It's not good. But I love the gameplay in the game, but all the story stuff is kind of like, dude, what the fuck? Is she still in a coma?
They kind of just made Samus scared of everything. It was just kind of, she's just like,
she was scared.
Ridley, this is traumatic. I can't believe this is Ridley. Like, what is happening?
Like,
I can't handle this.
Fucking time.
Yeah,
I'm really worried about Ridley this time.
Okay,
they kind of messed up her character in that game.
I barely.
Yeah,
I was curious if it was the fact that they just gave her dialogue and story, because if it's the fact that they just gave her dialogue and story, that's goofy.
No. It's not and her voice is like monotone the whole game. Like no,
I do remember that. I do remember.
Like, what did we do? That feels like something that would be an AI voice, but it wasn't. It was a real voice actor, and they wanted either that person. That's how they voice act, or that's how they were told to voice act. And I just can't imagine. Again, what did I talk about? This dry, no personality bullshit. That's what it kind of felt like, except she had a personality, one that didn't match her character, but then she's monotone about it the whole time. So is she actually scared? Because I have no fucking idea, because she ain't acting scared. She just said, oh, I have to fight Ridley again. Oh my God.
Well, how about this? I hope if we get a Metroid Prime 5, I hope they make her a complete drunk with severe PTSD. How's that?
Like grow her up a bit. But no, so I've read a lot of the reviews, and yes, it's very interesting because the high, like, you got to get a good mix. You got to get the middle, you got to get the low, you got to get the high to try to see how everyone's feeling. On the really high, like, there's some 10 out of 10 reviews on this. Some 10 out of 10, some 9, some 9.5. There's some really high reviews. Nintendo's been sharing them on socials, of course, to help promote the game. When you go read them,
Giant Bomb said that he's like, I don't know if it's better than the original, but the guy from Giant Bomb said it blows 2 and 3 out of the water.
Yeah, so it blows 2 and 3 out of the water, and like he's got to sit on it a bit, but he could see that it might actually be better than the first game. But like a lot of people do, sometimes you got to sit on it for a while and really chew it, play a bit more of it.
Yeah.
Maybe go back to Prime 1, play that a bit, and kind of really make up your mind on which one's better. But the fact that it's even a conversation in his head is such like a great sign. Guys, the original Metroid Prime's like a 97. Okay, just to put that in perspective. So like having reviewers come out, someone come out and be like, dude, this thing blows 2 and 3 out of the water and is almost on par, if not better than 1, is insane, considering that, all the complaints about the NPCs. But what I've noticed in every single positive review is they're all people kind of like me, where the NPCs never bothered them to begin with. And they remember, they even bring up Metroid Prime 3 and how they had NPC interactions and how the ones here are way better voice acted, way better written, and obviously a lot better animated. Like, they use motion capture. It's very clear. And it's like, okay, so yeah, they made it better than Prime 3. Now, if you never liked it in Prime 3, obviously I don't think you're going to suddenly like it in Prime 4. But it's interesting seeing the wide breadth of opinions. I think what really sucks about it being an 81, and it sucks, this is the way the internet works, is because 81 is not, by the internet standards, not considered great. It keeps driving home this narrative that a lot of negative Nancy's out there, to be polite, have been parroting over the last like 6 months, and that is, yeah, not only is everything more expensive from Nintendo, the games are worse. And the only real feather in our cap that we had to say, oh, that's not true, universally was DK Bonanza. But then technically that game didn't score as well as the original DK64. Mario Kart World. A lot of people feel like it's a big step down from 8 Deluxe. And so now you see these reviews being 9 points lower than Metroid Prime has ever been. And as much as to a lot of us, these scores don't really matter, they do to the general populace. And so it's used to drive that narrative. And that's the part that I think really sucks, is because I have a feeling next week, and I don't know because I haven't played yet, but I have a feeling next week I'm going to be glowing about this game.
I think that I know the score numbers don't bother you, but I have a feeling, I have an inkling that a lot of people aren't mature enough to handle scores and evaluate scores properly anymore.
Well, here's the thing, though. I want to add to that is that
mental illness.
They don't read the review.
Yeah,
they look at a number and they determine emotionally how they feel about that number, because you can only come to an emotional conclusion based on that number if you don't read the review. And that's the problem as a whole with Metacritic, which is what I want to get into. So, Prime, you want to continue?
Oh, go for it. I can rant and rave all day on this.
All right.
You and I were in DMs.
So I got a few points. I haven't bullet pointed out, so bear with me. Didn't have a lot of time. Metacritic, right? 77 people reviewed the game. Okay? 77 people that work for different companies. They have different review policies, and each outlet is weighted differently in the Metacritic score. And believe it or not, people make their purchasing decisions based on people's opinions that they know nothing about. And they know nothing about the review scales, because every single website has a different review scale. It's not universal. However, Metacritic takes it universally, but then at the same time gives some websites more weight to that score. But we don't know which websites those are. They could be ones that we think are total trash, and I'm willing to bet that some of them are. Now, to add to that, IGN, VGC, Eurogamer, you can rattle them all off. These aren't people. These are companies. Those companies hire writers and critics who come with their own beliefs, their own tastes, their own priorities, their own values. But we rarely, this definitely should hit home for everyone who reads the reviews on websites. We rarely, if ever, know who these people are or know anything about them. As a content creator, you get to know us because we're in front of the camera all the time. They are not. In fact, they do one part of their job and they hand it off to somebody else. Someone plays the game, someone writes the review, someone edits the footage, someone puts it together. Somebody else actually does the video review most of the time. They are compartmentalized. They're like NASA, a lot of these big websites. Whereas as a content creator, you do everything. So you wear the hat of what at a big company, 5 different people wear those hats. And that's not even getting into the social media stuff that you got to do too. Next point on that is you don't know how they game. So what do they value in a title? Or like what genres do they favor? And I word it as like it's kind of like getting life advice from an NPC. You don't know anything about them, but you're still making decisions based on their arbitrary number, right? Then we get into like the actual reviewing. And this is becoming a thing, and we actually know this just from last week, but this was something I've already been noticing, is the vibes-based reviewing. Okay? That is becoming an issue. Like, I think if we're going to take these scores seriously, we would need to know how they're actually calculated. So what categories matter most? Is it gameplay? music, performance, controls, story. What are they using as the metric? And then how much do they take away from a score if something annoys them?
Yep.
Them specifically. It annoys you. It's not going to annoy me. How much did you dock from the score? I'd like to know. And then what sort of toleration level do you have? Are you the type of person who leaves the house and if one thing goes wrong, your day's ruined? There's a lot of people like that out there. If you're that person, I don't want to ever read one of your reviews. Ever. Okay? That's my point, though, is that a lot of the nitpicking I see, and this goes for every game, for every console, not Metroid, everything. I see these bullshit nitpicking. That it's like, what? Would you ever complain about this in real life? Like if something on this scale bothered you when you're out and about or like at the grocery store or at your job? Would you make little complaints like this? If you did, like I'd be surprised if you still had a job. But like what sort of toleration level does each person have? Because I don't know you from Adam or Eve, right? Because you don't show your face. I don't know these people.
Not to interrupt, has anyone here seen the movie The Menu?
Yes.
I picture Stash instead of as like the head chef inviting all the critics to the island to eat he made a game and is inviting game reviewers over to his island to try his game. But the game is that they're all gonna die.
That's great.
I haven't seen it,
Spoilers,
but
sorry.
I'll have to check.
Oh, it's a good movie. So.
All right. So next point, and again, this goes kind of in hand with what I just said, but is this person a chronic complainer? Meaning, do they complain about most things in life that aren't considered fair to them? Okay. And should you value a review like that? Like that's a question you got to answer for yourself. Obviously, I know where I stand there. Now, VGC, for example, they gave it a 3 out of 5. So it's a 60%, a 6 out of 10. But, I went through the review policy because I'm like, how do you get to this? Where can I find VGC's review policy? Because nowhere in the review does it state how you got to 3 out of 5 stars. Again, it's a vibes thing, right? It's like, what? Since when? Why should I value your vibes? Like, and this is where I wish people did some more digging, okay? Because I do notice like some of these outlets when they give, in my opinion, scores that are like way out of left field, okay? Like a Mario and Luigi Brothers ship 5 out of 10. It's like, that's weird. Are you trying to make a point? Trying to be different? Are you trying to stand out? Are you trying to get everyone to read your review because everyone wants to see why you think it's so bad? Like if you were anybody else, nobody would read that. But because you're this big company, people read it. But we don't know who the hell you are. We don't know what games you play. How many years have you been playing games? Like these are things I actually care about. How old are you? Not as an ageism thing, but like how long have you been playing video games for? Because that'll help me to determine your toleration level. Did you grow up in the NES era? Did you play on the Super? Did you play on the 64? You're like these things you're complaining about are like calluses that we get from playing those throughout the years. So for us, like this is no big deal when you're a certain age. Like games have advanced so much. The things you're complaining about are like something I would never complain about. But like I started looking at some review scores. I was just scrolling through. And look, this isn't to like target a website. This is all I had time for. And I was scrolling through just to see like, hey, what are some other scores they gave games? Like I want to see if their collection of writers, and again, a lot of these places have a lot of turnover. So it's a revolving door at a lot of them.
Yeah, I think VGC is a little different because they're independent.
Yeah.
They're ran by Andy Robinson. But yeah.
I know. Yeah. So I'm looking at the review scores and Chronos. It's a game that just came out. A lot of people love it. I'm playing it. I'm loving it. 6 out of 10. Well under. Silk Song.
What?
Silk Song, 6 out of 10. Okay.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Let me keep going. I got a list here.
What?
Obviously, Prime 4, 6 out of 10.
Is this all by the same author, or is it just like different
No,
ones?
this is VGC, because remember,
The outlet, yeah.
this is a company, not a person.
Sure,
Okay?
sure.
That's the
Okay.
key point here. Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, 6 out of 10. Lego Horizon Adventures on Switch, 8 out of 10. So Lego Horizon Adventures is better than Chronos, Metroid Prime 4, DK Country, Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, 6 out of 10. Funko Fusion, that game that looked like complete trash, also a 6 out of 10. So it's on the same level as Metroid Prime 4, Zelda, DK. Emio the Smiling Man.
That is so dumb. What you just said is so
I
dumb.
know. So Emio the Smiling Man,
Funko game? Get out, dude.
6 out of 10.
I got a question.
Concord.
Did they
Concord,
do
6 out of 10.
Did you see any reviews on their side where did they do half stars at all?
Nope. So
Because it's a
Concord,
huge leap
6 out of
from
10.
3 to 4. Because 3 is a 6 out of 10, whereas 4 is be 8 out of 10. So there's no nuance in between there. Yeah.
I know. Final Fantasy 16, 6 out of 10. Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble that we just bought, 6 out of 10. Princess Peach Showtime, 8 out of 10. Princess Peach Showtime, yeah. 8 out of 10.
That should be the 6. What are we doing?
Dragon's Dogma 2. Good game.
That's a good game, yeah.
Perfect score, 10 out of 10. Good game.
Yeah, I don't know if I call it perfect, but
No.
well, to be fair, outlets don't really mean perfect, but they just mean you really should play this. Yeah, probably. I'd say probably more in the 4 range.
All right, let me give you some more.
Than a 5, but
Mario vs. Donkey Kong, 6 out of 10. Detective Pikachu, 6 out of 10. Starfield, a perfect 10 out of 10.
Get out, dude.
Mortal Kombat 1.
Get out.
Mortal
No
Kombat
way.
1. A game that most people didn't love. A perfect 10 out of 10.
Listen, as a hardcore Mortal Kombat fan who's bought them all, and I did enjoy Mortal Kombat 1, it is nowhere near a 10 out of 10.
I know.
Very sure they like very.
It was not a flawless victory.
They like
Okay.
very specific developers. It's very obvious.
Yeah, Redfall. We all remember
Yeah.
that disaster.
Yep.
Redfall is an 8 out of 10. It is
Get
better
dude.
than Metroid and Zelda.
What the
Uh,
fuck?
Bayonetta Origins.
I'm curious what they gave Concord.
That was a good game. 6 out of 10. Fire Emblem
Stop it.
Engage. 6 out of 10. Final Fantasy VII Reunion. 6 out of 10. Splatoon 3. 6 out of 10. But wait, Lego Star Wars. 10 out of 10. WarioWare. 6 out of 10. Mario Golf. 6 out of 10. Age of Calamity. 6 out of 10. The Origami King. 6 out of 10. But Shenmue 3. The worst Shenmue. 8 out of 10. The game that so many people hate. 8 out of 10. Civ 7, 10 out of 10. Monster Hunter Wilds, 10 out of 10. The least liked Monster Hunter in some time. And Civ 7 massively underperformed. But these games are perfect scores. Okay, so again, I just looked at these scores while we were talking earlier.
I glanced. Concord, 6 out of 10.
I said
As good
Concord.
as Metroid.
Yeah.
As good as Metroid. What the fuck?
Yeah. But Redfall, which was just a massive disaster, could have been on the scale of Concord. Like they should have pulled the plug immediately. That's an 8 out of 10. It's an 8 out of
Stash,
10.
did you make a list out of this? Did you make a list? Will you send that list to me? Sorry, I need to review that again and vent.
Yeah.
I'm in disbelief.
The point I'm trying to make here, right, is that first off, there's no way I could agree with those numbers. That was a lot of reviews I just rattled off. why should I trust that outlet? I can't pin it on a person because there is no one person that reviews games there. So how can I even get a feel for how you're going to review games? And then take it a step further. You guys don't have a review scale. You don't tell me what you're reviewing the game on. Like you don't tell me
No
a
consistent
gameplay
base.
section or a story section or controls or music. You don't say anything about that. It's all vibes, bro. Like what are we talking about here, and how are you getting to the score? And so again, that's why I dug into like their actual review methodology, and it was a complete word salad. It was like literally, I'm sorry, it was like the dumbest shit ever. I felt dumber after reading it. It's like Billy Madison after that answer he was given, and he's like, I feel dumber after hearing this. I felt like that. I'm like, what is this?
Okay, I gotta read this policy now.
Yeah, that's why I think I talked about it on a previous show. I used to love the way back in the day IGN used to review games. They'd have every game had a section, it had a number for, they'd have presentation would get a number out of 10. Music would get a number out of 10. Story would get a number out of 10. Graphics would get a number out of 10. Gameplay would get a story or a number out of 10. And then, sometimes games would land as a 7 out of 10 ultimately. But if the most important part of a game to you is story, and a game landed on a 7, but the story was a 9.8 or a 10 or a 9.5 for that matter, it's like, hey, this game got a 7, but the thing that I care about most in games is a masterpiece. So I want to give this one a chance, Yeah,
this is what I'm talking about. Like this, the things I'm mentioning are the things that, like, my reviews, I review every game with the same categories because these are the things that matter. These are the things that I personally care about. And I hope you do too. If you don't, then you don't have to watch my review kind of thing. But this is what I care about. This is what matters to me, which is why I do it this way. And so when I read a review and you don't talk about any of this stuff, you're literally just talking vibes. I'm like, what is this? Like, come on. You gotta do better than that, in my opinion, especially when, like, look, man, everyone's been doing this longer than me, in my opinion. I just started doing this. Like I've read reviews my whole life, right? But I just started doing this. I shouldn't feel this way. I should be looking up to a lot of these people being like, yeah, dude, like I gotta learn some shit from you. Meanwhile, I'm just reminded, like, this is exactly why I review games. I'm reminded of why I was getting so annoyed with reviews, because nothing can be trusted. It's just a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
And so
to
put a bow on it.
Yeah. To check out, I was just checking out their system. Just wanted to make a note. Obviously, it definitely literally mentions in here that it's based on vibes. They even use the word, which is insane. To see that's like part of your review policy is vibes.
That's not professional.
No, but I will say their scale, like when we hear like a 6 out of 10 or a 3 out of 5, we have what we think is, oh, that's not that great. But this is what happens when you limit yourself to just a 5-point scale with no halves, no in-betweens, no nothing else. This is why 5 to me is not enough. They're saying a 3 means the game is good. And you know what? Great. But do they not know that people see that on their website and think the opposite?
Exactly.
You got to consider the audience. The audience is not going to consider a 3 out of 5 to be good.
And then on Metacritic, it's a 6 out of 10, which
is
literally 1 point away from mediocre.
Yeah, that's not considered good.
No.
And I get, but this also goes to the Metacritic. Like, VGCs, if I asked like Andy Robinson, we had him on the show, and I said, hey man, about your review scale, like, why'd you do it this way? And he'll probably come up with a lot of good reasons on like why they do their point system the way they do. And it probably makes total sense, even though I don't like the vibe aspect.
Yeah.
I'm cool with like 1's an avoid, 2's below par, 3 is good, 4 is brilliant, 5 is outstanding. I'm fine with that as like a base scale. The problem is nobody else is using it. And this is the problem with Metacritic, is it's an aggregate of all these different scales that don't mean the same thing.
like this is why I keep talking about like the problem with Metacritic. There's a lot of problems, right? And look, one thing I was thinking about too with these video games, right? Like this is a game that's been in development for so long. There's other games like that too that have been in development forever. And all this work that's put into it, all these years, and then it gets reduced to a number. And then Metacritic takes it in and it has a different interpretation, right, of each website because they have different review scales, and then some are weighted more. So like maybe VGCs are worth even more. We don't know. We'll never know because they don't tell us. It's proprietary. Like that's their own data. It's their own data, how they get to that calculation. They don't share it with the public. And so for me, like if that Metacritic score is weighted to give them more pull after all those review scores I just read off, it's insane to put any stock in this number. But the fact is that like it's all this work's reduced to a number. And I thought about it like in the workplace. Nobody wants to be a number. But when you're at a big company, that's what you are. You are a number. And as an employee, everyone hates it, right? But then people turn around and do the same shit to video games. The same exact thing. They reduce it to a number. They look at the score. They don't read any reviews because attention spans today are complete shit. They're awful. They're only getting worse. The younger kids, they don't read stuff. They don't read reviews. Like I would make my reviews longer, but I can't because they will not watch. Nobody will click it. Nobody will click it because it's just 1 minute too long for them. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, it's very sad that people are so lazy that they just want to see what the Metacritic number is. And if it's not a certain number for them, they're out. Like that's the future of the games industry. That's the future of how people are buying games. And I think it's a shame. And I think if you look at something like the movie industry, how many movies have we watched, all of us collectively throughout the years, they got like bad reviews and they're freaking awesome movies? And how many movies got great reviews and they're trash and they're super boring and we don't like them? You know what I mean? Like, think about it in that respect too. But all I'm saying is, man, people shouldn't take advice from people they don't know. Like, you shouldn't take relationship advice from a complete stranger on the street. So why take gaming advice on like how to spend your money from someone you've never met, you don't know what they value, you don't know anything about them, and you'll never get to know them. And there's no accountability because they work for these huge companies. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I literally had visceral memories of being in the theater, credits begin to roll. I have tears in my eyes thinking that was a masterpiece, and then hearing behind me, what the hell did I just watch?
Yeah.
So I know exactly what you're talking about, and vice versa.
Yeah, the review situation is really interesting. I know, obviously, you focus on VGC there, but you can kind of go down this on like every outlet. For me, I've always been somebody that reviews to me have serve one purpose, and it's if I'm on the fence. If I'm just not quite sure, I've limited. Forget about limited gaming budget. I've limited time to game. So if I'm on the fence, I want to make sure that if I spend the money, it's going to be something I'm going to play and something I'm going to love and enjoy. And for the most part, I can usually tell that for myself. There's some surefire things like regardless if I don't think like Metroid Prime 4 is the greatest game ever, I know I'm going to enjoy it enough that I'm not worried about the purchase. But there are some games that I'm sometimes on the fence, and that's when I'll turn to reviews. There was a certain game, I can't recall the name of it right now, that I watched your review on actually to find out a certain specific thing I just wanted to know about it. I know I could have Googled it up and figured it out. But I'm like, you know what? He's my friend. He did a review on this game. Let me check it out and answer the question. and I ended up not buying the game, and that's okay that I ended up not buying the game because I got the answer, and I'm good then. I would have ended up not really enjoying it that much and ended up putting the game down after an hour, and that sucks. I don't want to do that. As much as it is nice to support games, I don't want to just throw money away. I want to make sure I'm getting something out of it in return for my money. And if I'm not, then it's whatever. It's very rare that I'll kind of throw money away like that. I did that with Cyberpunk. I knew it wasn't my kind of game. I threw money away at it to support physical on Switch too. But again, I don't do that very often. And I haven't really done that since. Every game I've bought since then has been a game I play or plan to play. That's what I use reviews for. But for me, it's all about the content rather than the score. It's all about the content of the review. And I think, the general public, we know the general public doesn't read reviews. They look at the star ratings and then make their decisions off that, right? They go on Amazon, they see a product rating. Oh, it's a 4.5. Let me buy it. You can check the reviews.
You and I talked about this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like we want to see what are the 1-star people saying.
That's what I always do. I always look, and the same thing's true with this. The same thing's true with this. I looked at the worst reviews, and then I read the top reviews, and then I read a couple in the middle because I feel like it gives you a good mix of various opinions to give me a good picture on the game. Now, in the case of Metroid Prime 4, I never needed these reviews to convince me whether to buy or not. It was just morbid curiosity about why the score seems so divisive. And we do have lots of games where the scores are divisive, but it feels more divisive for this given the pedigree of what the scores usually are for a Metroid Prime. So I'm like, well, okay, so how am I reading these high reviews where they're saying it might be even better than Prime 1, but then these low reviews have like 75% of the review is positive, and they got like this little negative remark on a few things that seem nitpicky,
minor.
Like they don't seem like that big of a deal. Now, maybe they're now, to be clear, they could be super annoying to this person, and that is fine. Like if it's like a deal breaker sort of thing that makes you knock the score down, I'm not against that existing. I just know your review is not for me because that's not the stuff I'm looking for. So I used to, and it's been a while, track individual reviewers because sometimes they move between
too, back in the day,
and like because I would figure out the reviewers that would actually what they say matched more often my tastes than others. And so I would follow them around, whether they worked at Bloomberg or IGN, or they would bounce all over the place because that's the way the industry works for the most part, especially at these corporate owned entities like Ziff Davis that owns like half the video game media industry. And I stopped doing that probably about 10 years ago. Not because I still don't think those people write excellent reviews for my taste. Of course they do. I just started realizing that, I was watching the reviews and reading the reviews, and all the reviews were generally pretty positive. And they were pretty positive because they're just playing the games they like, which are the games I like, which means I don't need the review to tell me I'm going to like the game. Which is fine.
Yeah.
But the reviews weren't giving me a reason to keep following, to keep reading when I already know, if I just even glance at your score and see you gave it a 9, I'm probably going to like the game because I know how you review things now. And that's where the score can come in handy a bit, is because I know how you review games. I have a history of reading your reviews. I don't necessarily need to read them as much now as I once did. But I still do try to get a nice mix. I know the industry's changed a lot. YouTubers are now involved in stuff. So I try to make sure I get a variety of stuff that aren't just mainstream. Even when we talk about kind of funny games, they came from mainstream, so like trying to find outlets out there that didn't come from that. Even as VGC, Andy Robinson, I have a lot of respect for that website, a lot of respect for the reporting, a lot of respect for Andy Robinson himself. I've had literal personal conversations with him. He seems like a really good guy. I don't agree with everything they choose to do and how they run their website and everything they choose to report on and review. I don't agree with it, but I don't have to. They clearly have found an audience and they're happy with that audience. That's fine. It's like the audience on my channel is going to be different than an audience that watches a review channel like Thunderstash. It's going to be different than someone doing skits and reviews over there like Gamebird Classic. It's going to be different than even Nintendo Land, who has done a ton of Mario stuff. Like you're going to have a huge Mario following because of all that Mario content. Whereas, I cover it when it's hot, like when the new 3D Mario is announced. Sure, I'll cover that whole hype cycle, but what was the last Mario video on my channel? It's been a while.
It's going to be interesting to see once the fan reviews for Prime 4 start to hit, or not fan reviews, user reviews, especially if this is a lot of people's first Prime game where they rank it with no past bias for the series. And we're talking about like what scores mean to us. And I mean, just to put into perspective, I sat here and just hyped a bunch of games that I picked up, and granted I got them on sale, but these are all things that I would be super hyped about in general. They're just ones that slipped through the cracks for me. But I just pulled up the Metacritic for all of these. Digimon Story Time Stranger, that's sitting at a 78 on Metacritic.
Yeah, it's a great game. I reviewed it on my channel.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Guess what? The user scores at a 9.2. And sometimes we have the opposite effect. Sometimes we get a 9.6 critic, and then the users. I mean, we see this on Rotten Tomatoes too. You'll see it a lot. Someone has a Rotten, like a 40%.
Rotten Tomatoes, the audience score is almost always ahead of the tomato meter.
But look at this one. Metacritic for Super Monkey Ball, 77. The game I was just talking about, how much I love this series and how excited I am about it. That's 2 in the 70s. Now, none of these games, the pattern is none of these made it into the 90s at all. The highest rated one in that handful I showed off is the Ace Attorney collection, which is at an 85. Next is the Zero Escape, which is at an 83. My point is Digimon is probably going to be a lot higher for me than a 78. I love RPGs. I love Digimon. I grew up with it. I used to watch the cartoon growing up.
You're gonna love it.
This is absolutely the type. I mean, you guys remember at PAX, we were discussing what are we going to play, what are we not going to play. At PAX, I'm like, well, I got to play the Digimon game. I really want to play the Digimon one, guys. Luckily, we our Bandai meeting got us set up with everything that they had at the booth. But like I had been saying prior, I really want to play Digimon. I just care about Digimon. But so
yeah, then everything ended up being awesome. But no surprise. I really enjoy the games they made in Namco Mix, so it's no surprise.
Yeah. No, they're awesome. But yeah, it's just to reiterate the point that like it's like Stash said, like these are companies. Just because I mean, someone might be reviewing Digimon who likes RPGs but has no nostalgia or love for Digimon.
And
does that affect?
I've never played Digimon. I never played it or watched it, and that's how I frame my reviews. Of like, hey, I'm brand new to this, so let's see if I like this. Like, I like Pokemon, I like Dragon Quest Monsters, I love RPGs. Let's see if I like this. And sure enough, like I freaking loved it. I'm like, oh, like I love it. Then I'm confident that like you're gonna love it because you have a reason to love it already. You like it,
right?
Like I knew nothing about it.
Yeah. Just like I would be the wrong person to review. We've talked about this on the show, Call of Duty. I don't like military shooters. I have zero interest in military shooters. And I don't care about competitive online. It's just not something that I care about. I like local multiplayer. I like battling or racing or duking it out locally. I just don't care about the online stuff unless it's with a friend. And military shooter, zero interest. So my review of whatever the perception of the best Call of Duty game of all time is, my review of it would probably be lower than most people because it's just a subject that I'm not interested in.
Yeah, and I've said this before. I think there's value in reviews by people who don't enjoy the genre, because people like to explore and think about, is this the game for me to maybe try that genre out? And they want to hear that perspective of somebody else who hasn't. But I think in cases like that, people doing those reviews, they shouldn't be put on Metacritic. They should be a separate thing because it's for a very specified audience. It's not really for the general audience that might be interested in the reviews of this game. And it's not. It's all just put together. And it's true. It's the same with Open Critic. They just don't weight the reviews. And look, I actually don't have any problem with the way Metacritic does things or the way that OpenCritic does things. I've never really have because, let's just be honest, they're aggregate websites. They're not writing the reviews, right? They're aggregate websites.
But why are some outlets weighted? That's my hiccup.
I think,
and who is weighted?
I'll tell you why. There's a reason a lot of people don't like mainstream media. And part of the reason is they think they're too buddy-buddy with the companies in the industry. They rub shoulders with them too much. They take the handouts and the payouts and the free
so how
flight.
can I value them?
Yeah, so that's been one of the huge criticisms of some of the major outlets is hey, Nintendo's flying you out to the Nintendo Museum, which by the way we know they did for Rogers Base, right? But is Rogers Base a big game reviewer? No, he has an occasional review here and there, but he's not a big game reviewer. So what's the big deal? I don't feel a conflict is there. But for an actual game reviewer, you get flown out, you get wined and dined, you get all the swag, you get, on top of that, maybe some money to run some ads. Yeah, okay. There's going to be some bias there. And so I what happened is the industry and some of these studios, they're basing literal bonuses of their employees on Metacritic scores.
I know.
Which is ridiculous. When the fuck do we exist in a world where your bonus is not determined by how successful the game is, how much money it makes, how many sales it gets, or on an arbitrary score on an aggregate website?
I'll tell you, because these people that are going to get paid bonuses, a lot of them they're going to say bye to once the game's done. They're contract employees. So we're not going to pay you a year from now after we see how many it's sold in a year. We're going to pay you based on that Metacritic, and then we're probably going to lay you off. And we'll probably never see you again.
Yeah, the Western game dev industry.
Yeah, the Western, no doubt.
Yeah,
No doubt.
so
And I'm sure that Metacritic only applies to Western developers too. It's probably not that practice in Japan.
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, Japan might have some bonuses tied to it as well. That I don't know. I know the only thing I know is that Nintendo doesn't, because I've talked to enough people that know people there that like they don't run bonuses off anything Metacritic related. All their game dev bonuses are standardized. They're not even based on game sales. You just get 2 bonuses a year. It just is what you get it regardless of what your game does. Which is why, I mean, if you think about it, it's one of the reasons Nintendo has such low employee turnover rate. It's just everyone just gets paid well. It doesn't matter how well your particular game sold because Nintendo as a company is doing well. So everyone gets paid well.
Everyone gets paid well. No one gets paid astronomically. And that's why everyone gets paid well.
Yeah. And people get really upset at Nintendo about how greedy they are. And I'm like, well, okay. Do you want companies to treat their employees well? Or do you want them to send all the money to the top? Because Nintendo doesn't do that and they treat their employees well. So all this money they have coming in, it's going back to the people making the games, man.
Yeah. And the other part is going into research and development. So they can actually create new cool things since they're the only ones who create new cool things.
And build in a little bank account to protect themselves and their employees from when things aren't going well, like during the Wii U and 3DS era. Like they had protections in place. They didn't have to lay people off.
Yes, this is how a successful company operates.
Like they don't owe anyone anything. That helps as well. When things go bad, well, they're not in debt to anyone but themselves. Money they previously spent. So yeah, it's a nice place to be in when your debt is just yourself. So yeah, it's interesting. Again, though, is Metroid Prime an 81? Is it more? I have no idea. I haven't played the game. I can't even bother to tell you if this is where I feel like it should be rated, if the ratings matter at all. But what I can tell you is I'm stupidly excited for this game. It is live, by the way, for digital owners in the US in 8 minutes. If you're watching this live, jealous of you guys jumping in right now. I'm not jumping in until sometime tomorrow, but
I just remembered I have to go. There's something really important.
Something really important just came up right at 11. Right at 11, we can hear the game booting up on your TV.
Or is that what you're hitting? Was that what you're hitting it, or were you actually hitting it?
I'm a physical copy person, so no, I'm gonna wait. Unfortunately, I wish that was why, but no.
Okay.
No, it's all right, man. Yeah, Nintendo Land's got a bounce here. Do you have any final thoughts you want to get in before you head out, man? Because you say you got like 5 minutes left.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this game. I'm not listening to anybody. From everything that I see, I get a really good general idea of what a game's going to be like from just the previews Nintendo puts out and stuff. And I know I'm going to like this game for sure. Will I have some problems with it? Undoubtedly, there'll be something that's, like Gamebird said. Yeah, like Gamebird said, the desert is probably my only concern. Just it being a little too just open and not too much going on. But, those different reviews even said some people love the desert, that they had some Breath of the Wild like shrines in them. So I'm like, I would love that, so.
Yeah. Then it's not too big and it feels like a Hyrule Field. And I'm like,
yeah. And I love Hyrule Field. So I'm like,
and you know what? Hyrule Field's kind of empty and I never really complained about it.
Yeah. I mean, it was just like you said earlier, it was just vibes, man. I love Hyrule Field. But I'm excited for the game. But yeah, I don't think a chatty character is going to make me not like a game. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for Nintendo Land being here. Landon, you guys can go check out his channel. He basically covers some of the same stuff I do, some news here and there, lots of Mario, lots of other stuff, probably some Metroid Prime coverage, I'm assuming, coming.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. Should go check him out, guys. We'll drop a link in the chat, at least on my end. Thank you so much, Landon, for being here, man. Appreciate it.
Sorry about me today.
I had to with you and Dave today. I had to apologize to Dave too.
It's all right. It worked out. It worked out perfect.
Everything's fine.
But thanks for having me, man. Oh, I will. You too, guys.
Well,
right. Later.
See ya.
Cheers, man.
All right, now we can get to the real topic. Okay. Now, to be fair, I actually don't really have a topic, but I do have one thing that I think is interesting to talk about. It's something I did see earlier today, and I didn't cover it in my video because I'm not. One, I hadn't read the whole article till just now. I read it a bit earlier. Yacht Club Games is in trouble.
Oh yeah,
and that's rough. And this is coming from like the co-founder, so this is not like hearsay. This isn't a rumor. They talked to Bloomberg directly, and it is. I mean, I don't want to say going under, because he didn't say that was an option that was even on the table. But if you want them to remain independent, so that means there's an option of them being bought on the table. If you read between the lines, he doesn't say it out loud, but that's what he's hinting toward. Is like, hey, if Mina the Hollower, when we finally release it, doesn't sell extremely well, we're in trouble. And that's kind of like the option we have to go. He talked at length in the interview, for those who didn't read it, about how it got to this point, how they banked a little too much on Shovel Knight stuff. And then they were trying to have like 2 development squads going at once. They were trying to expand. That was a big mistake. They should have never did that. So they had to lay some people off because it spread them too thin. How Mina the Hollower had all this support on Kickstarter, but at the time they didn't really think it was just this fun little diddly do on the side. It wasn't meant to actually be this big primary focus of the company. But after that success on Kickstarter, they had like this pressure to do more with it. And they're very proud of what they're making. They think Mina the Hollower is the best game they've ever made. I mean, he's very clear about that. And he did ease some minds of what people worried about the development of it. They're like, no. We know what all the bugs are. The reason it's delayed is we're trying to clean them all up. So like the game's content complete, everything's done. We got bugs. We don't want to release a buggy game. And if the future of your company is resting on this game, yeah, you're not going to want a buggy game put out there. And to give you guys an idea, he did give numbers about like what it needs to do for the company to be okay. Now they're hoping 500,000 plus. That's what they want. They're in great position. They can stay independent. They can do their thing with 500,000 in sales. If they get 200,000, they'll be okay and be able to stay independent for at least a little while. But it's not like they're out of the clear, out of the woods. It would have to be, hey, we got to get our next game out probably a lot quicker than 6 years, and hope that one also does at least okay. And that's just to barely stay afloat. He said if it's like under 200,000, it's like 100,000. Yeah, they're nope. They can't make it off that. And that's very, very telling, because Yacht Club Games is one of the most respected indie developers out there. Everyone seems to love their games. They love Shovel Knight. They love everything they've done. They have a few other games. So I want to get you guys' thoughts on this. I'm going to throw it over to the Thunderstash quick because my fiance just dropped in. She needs me for something. But I want to throw it to you because you are you love it. Yacht Club Games. We had the private meeting with them. So I'll throw this over to the stage.
Yeah. So yeah, what stage is there? I read this yesterday morning and I posted about it on Twitter. Obviously, like the things that Nate and I know are under embargo. And of course the guys know what they can know, because again, we're under embargo. But obviously I played Mina the Hollow, where I did a video on it. And again, like I can't say stuff because of the embargo, but I'll just say, trust me, it's going to be a very special game. And the delay was for good reason. And it's one of those delays, outside of bugs or whatever, you can only have so many bugs. Okay. But it's the type of delay that lets the developers, I guess, reach their full vision on what they set out to do. And so this is a really good thing because the game's already amazing. And then based on, again, what I know, it's going to be significantly more special. So I'll just say, leave it at that. I know it's vague, but you guys know I'm good for my word. And look, I think this game has no problem hitting these sales numbers. Like when I read the article and I saw, okay, you hit 200,000, they said we'll be in good shape. We'll be in good shape, Basically, like we'd like to sell more, but if we do that, we're in good shape. If it's 100, we're in trouble. If it's 500, like we're great, man. Like this is awesome. And I'm sitting here thinking, like, I don't know how this game doesn't, sell gangbusters.
Right.
Like to me, it should sell millions. I don't know how many, but it should sell over 1 million. It should sell a few. I don't know what Shovel Knight's numbers are at, but this is a game that can run on so many platforms as well. It's going to be on Switch 1, 2, I believe PS4 as well, PS5. So Xbox, not sure Xbox One, but obviously Xbox Series and PC. Steam Deck, like it's going to run really good everywhere. It's going to be a matter of like how good. As I go Switch 2, you can play it at 120 frames if you want, right? You play it on Switch 1, it's still 60 frames. It's just going to be good everywhere. It's got the art style that it doesn't matter what platform you play it on. It's going to look really sharp and be super silky smooth. So performance-wise and the amount of reach it's going to get on platforms. And then I think, guys, like if you factor in the price, whatever the price is going to be, I don't know what it is. I don't know if they've said. I would presume, like $29.99, $34.99, maybe even $24.99.
I feel like I could see it being $24.99.
Yeah, any of those prices I named, again, based on the things I know, 100% worth it. So based on what I've played and then what I know, 100% worth it. Any of those prices, any of them. So if it's 25, if it's 30, it's 35. It'll be totally worth it. So I kind of walked away from reading this like, you guys are fine. Like I understand your caution as a business owner and the stress that you're under right now to get this game out the door. And also you have the 3D Shovel Knight being worked on. Then of course they have the Shovel Knight, Ultimate Collection that they announced last year, which I did ask Celia about, and that's still something that's being worked on, but Mina is first. That stuff will come after. So that's still coming too, and I think they're going to be able to rake in some dough on that as well. Because Shovel Knight came out so long ago that you could re-release it as a complete collection on modern consoles and tap in to a whole different age group that wasn't there before. Because it was so many years ago, this is going to be new to a lot of people. And then, of course, some of us who've been playing for a long time might want to pick it up, right? Because they're going to be adding new stuff to it, a considerable amount of new stuff to that Shovel Knight. So to me, they're going to rake in money from that. It's going to help a lot. But I think Mina sell over $1 million. If it doesn't, I think it'd be tragic because the game and the pricing and for what you're going to get, again, from what I know, is going to be 100% absolutely worth it. And this game, it just has a lot of charm. It combines a lot of great games that we love. You know, like there's almost Souls-like elements in the combat, like in a weird 2D way. You know, it's got the Castlevania, of course, style combat. A little bit of Legend of Zelda in it. Like games we love. Games we really value, IPs, all put into one. And then it's being made by a company that, of course, we love. They have the pedigree for it. Gamebird, I know you love them. So what are your thoughts?
Sorry, muted. Yeah, I've talked about Yacht Club and what the company means to me on the pod before. This company is really special to me because Shovel Knight was, despite having played and loving some indie games before Shovel Knight, Shovel Knight's the game that really turned me into an indie gamer. I have my Shovel Knight huge first four figure statue on a shelf over here. It's one of my favorite first four figure statues of all time.
Yep.
Colorful. I just love the character so much. I love every version. I've played all the Shovel Knights. I love them all. Plague Knight, King Knight, or Spectre Knight. I love them all. Amazing with you know, you get some of the world design of Mario 3. You get some of the boss styles of Mega Man and gameplay and so many cool things. It's such a special series, and this is just such a talented group of developers. Mina, since it was kickstarted, has been my most hyped indie game of all time because of my love for Shovel Knight, because of the caliber of developers behind this. So I've been, I know, we're going to be talking closer to the end of the year about Fantasy Game Critic. This is a game that I've nominated every year for Fantasy Game Critic for 3 years in a row now. That's how much I believe in this title. And you know, I don't know all the things that Stash and Prime know when we went to PAX. They're the only two who got to go and meet with Yacht Club. But from what I've seen and from what I got to play, I really know this game is going to be special, and I can't wait to see more of it. I don't know if we have plans to have. I know we were supposed to have Celia on to kind of promote the game and talk about what makes Mina special. I don't know if that's something that we rain checked on that we're going to redo. I really hope we get to have Celia on.
I believe so.
Oh, awesome.
I think that's the plan.
Yeah,
because anyone in the audience who watches our podcast, or whether I know there's not many of you, but whether you're a Gamebird fan or you're one of the thousands of Thunderstash fans or Nintendo Prime fans, if you've never played a Shovel Knight or you're Mina curious, like, I hope there's an opportunity with Celia to really show you what makes Yacht Club special, because I think Mina's really going to kick some ass. And, you know, I can't sing enough praise of the Shovel Knight games. They're just fantastic. And I am
so great,
dying to see what they would do in the 3D space. Like, I'm so curious. Like, do they go like 64 style? You know, do they keep that retro vibe? You know, are they going to make it look more like something that you'd see from Platonic? But that being said, this is a release I'm really looking forward to. It's definitely one that I'll be covering on my channel, because this is a game that I want to, you know, like Prime. This is a game that I really want to sell and succeed. I think I, like you said, Stash, I'd be curious to know how the Shovel Knight games sold.
Well, I just looked it up. So they haven't given updated sales numbers in several years.
Sure.
But in 18 months, let me see. Yeah, 18 months it hit 2 million. So and that was in April 2018. It had sold 2 million. It's been 7 years. People are still buying this game. You know, it's a really good deal.
That's the caliber of the game. I mean, Shovel Knight's made it into Ukulele. He's made it into Smash Brothers. There's another game. There's another indie game that he was in. Was it not Rumbo? Maybe it was Rumbo. I forget.
I think it's a fighting game.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That indie fighting game. I forget what it's called. Brawlhalla. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yes, I think you're right about that. So, just quality games. I like I said, I can't speak enough about how much those games mean to me.
Well, you know, one thing that I just have to say for anyone who hasn't played it, okay, Shovel Knight. If you've ever played DuckTales on the NES, one of my favorite games, like Shovel Knight uses his shovel in the same way that Scrooge McDuck uses his cane to poke a stick. Yeah, there's so much DuckTales like elements in Shovel Knight, which is what initially drew me to it, you know, over 10 years ago when it came out. I'm like, oh my God. Because, you know, I love DuckTales. And to get something new, and it has that retro look, and the platforming looked really sharp, and, you know, there's like collectibles in it, and the actual combat in the game, and the boss fights, giving off that Mega Man vibes too. I'm like, even more Capcom love. You know, DuckTales, Mega Man, like this game looks freaking awesome. So that's a game that I've owned on several platforms, and when they come out with the Shovel Knight collection after Mina, I definitely picking that up.
I hope Yacht Club, when they promote Mina, I hope there's mention of Shovel Knight, you know, from the creators of Shovel Knight, because, you know, if that game sold 2 million, you know, sounds like all of us who have played it absolutely love it. I mean, he's one of my favorite new video game characters. He's become somewhat of an indie icon. So I think that name carries a lot of weight to it, to move units. So I hope it's promoted, you know, from the team that brought you Shovel Knight comes a brand new epic adventure, Mina the Hollower. You know, I hope they do some of that stuff, because people care about that. It's like when you hear about a new movie and it's from an acclaimed director.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And you're like, oh crap, this guy made, you know, when people are going to get excited for the new Odyssey movie, because people are going to see, oh, from the creator of the Dark Knight trilogy, and I forget the Dream one that he made. Jesus. Well, you know,
Inception.
What I mean,
yeah.
Thank
Inception.
you.
Yeah. You know, look, Celia is she's a marketing director. And in my time with her, I didn't know her. I don't know her outside of the time that I met with her. She's very sharp. I would expect her to do exactly what you just mentioned. I'm sure that is part of the game plan, because yeah, that's your pedigree, man. This is how we know you. Like, this is literally what put Yacht Club on the map, is Shovel Knight. So yeah, you should say that. And again, she's a sharp gal, so I would expect that. But when we have her on, you should definitely mention that.
Yeah, because if you guys don't know, we are planning to have Celia on whenever they're ready to do the promotion tour for when the game comes out. Right now, there's no release date, but we've kept in touch because she was originally supposed to be on back in October when it was supposed to come out end of the month. So we're actually part of the promotion tour for this game, and normally, you know, we've never had a guest like that on and come on for like a promotion tour for a game. But after me and Stash got to go behind the scenes with that, holy shit. This is absolutely a promotion tour I want associated with the Nintenbyte Podcast. This game's incredible. It needs all the eyeballs. So like they're saying, hey, it's not a known IP, right? So they're even worried about this is a company that made Shovel Knight sold 2 million in less than 2 years, and they're worrying about keeping the company afloat with 200,000 sales on their most recent game. It kind of lets you know how far they've kind of fallen off from those days. And to be clear, when you read this article on Bloomberg, if you guys want to look up like Yacht Club Games Bloomberg, you just Google that. It'll be the first link. One thing I do like about the co-founder is he doesn't blame anybody else. It's solely him and a couple of people at the company's decisions they made since that game came out that has led to this dire situation where like they need their new game to do 200,000 or they can't even stay independent. One, that's a scary position to be in for them, coming off of where they were the highs of 8 years ago when they're floating, they're flying. We have millions of sales. Things are great. Our company's got tons of cash flow. Let's start doing 2 teams. Let's make some other Shovel Knight stuff and maybe some other new ideas kick around. Then eventually we kick Mina the Hollower around and it becomes this much bigger project than we planned for it to be. But maybe we should have been that way the whole time. Maybe we should have backed off of the Shovel Knight stuff and just focused on this a lot sooner because we can't rest. Like reading the article, it really feels like they feel like they rested on their success for too long. And we're too afraid to go all in on a new project.
Yeah, use like I said, just use Shovel Knight. They need to use Shovel Knight. The gravity of that game, that series to promote this game. I just had like a recollection of like I feel like when Metaphor ReFantazio, a brand new IP, Game of the Year nominated Metaphor, when that game was first announced in the trailer, I was like, I'm pretty sure the trailer said from the creators of Persona. And so I just pulled it up just to check because Persona didn't explode till 5. Despite 3 and 4 being critically acclaimed, it didn't explode into the mainstream till 5. So having on this trailer for this brand new IP, for a brand new franchise from the creators of Persona 3, 4, and 5 is huge. That is a hype generator. They need from the creators of Shovel Knight, King of Cards, Spectre Knight, and the Shovel Knight series comes a brand new adventure with a brand new character, and people will pay attention. Stash, you said it sold 2 million copies. That's 2 million people
in 18 months.
Pay attention. Yeah, in 18 months. That's insane. People need to associate this with that team.
Here's the thing. We know firsthand. There's a demo out there. You guys can go play the demo. You can see from the demo alone how high quality this experience is and what they're trying to do. And there's things we know about the game we can't talk about that are just blow my mind that they're doing some of the things they're doing with this game. The ambition of this game is crazy. Obviously, we don't know if the full execution is there. We don't have the game on hand. And a lot of the stuff we were shown, we weren't able to go hands on ourselves because, again, it was all in development stuff. But I think it's interesting because Yacht Club Games has been an industry standard name now for a decade. Like everyone knows them. They're well known. They're well established. They're the Shovel Knight guys. Using Shovel Knight to promote the game, I think is just an obvious ploy. But I also think like if Shovel Knight has sort of lost popularity over the years because they've made other Shovel Knight stuff that hasn't done as well. It's possible that there is some, and I think this is what they're fighting right now, is the concern that they were a one-hit wonder. Which happens in music, happens in video game development, happens all the time. One-hit wonders where you really only have the one game that blows up. Nothing else ever really gets back to that. I don't believe that Yacht Club Games is that kind of studio based on what I've seen of Mina behind the scenes. This game looks just as much, if not better than Shovel Knight ever was. But it's a completely different kind of game, so it's not really fair to even compare them. But it will obviously be compared in some regards just in terms of game quality because, again, they made Shovel Knight. Like, yeah, it makes sense to compare to some prior stuff they've done. So I have no concerns about how good the game is. The only concern is just, will people buy it the way they bought Shovel Knight? And that I don't know. Because I know they said they only need 200,000 to stay independent. 500. Like, I think they're going to get the 200,000 personally. I'm not really too worried about that, but they really want 500,000, dude. I want millions for this game.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too.
I want millions. I know they're being conservative
based on
because
what
they're
we
not
know.
yeah, based on what we know, like they want, you know, obviously they would like millions of sales too, to be clear, but they're trying to be like, I'm sure they don't want to come off as like greedy and being like, oh yeah, we need this game to do 2 million. Like, no, realistically, they could still float on 200,000 sales. They're going to be doing pretty well and okay for their next project at 500,000. Which, by the way, their next project is 3D Shovel Knight. So
And
if you want,
Shovel of Hope DX.
yeah, the DX as well.
That's coming out
like,
this year.
He talks about in the interview how like when they're done with this and like that collection, which I guess the collection is I guess further along. I don't know. The interview indicated it's pretty far along, so like probably won't take much more development time to wrap that up. They're focusing all their attention. The plan is, anyways, assuming things sell okay. Their plan is to focus everything on a 3D Shovel Knight. Now you're going to look at that kind of Mario 64 transition and see what they pull off with that. And I have, based on at least the Shovel Knight games I played and based on, you know, the Hollower, I have pretty good faith they can make something great. But it's always one of those concerns. We see plenty of one-hit wonders out there that they will advertise like their music or their movies or this or that by mentioning that they made this last thing and then it still doesn't work. So I would say in their position, I was wondering why he did this interview right now. And I think this is also part of the marketing. They want to let Shovel Knight buyers know, hey, we're in fucking trouble. And we got to stop beating around the bush about this. We don't want to drop this game, have it be a 90+ rated game, and have all these positive things said, but then we only sell 50,000 units and we're out of business.
Yeah.
People who bought Shovel Knight need to know this is our next masterpiece.
Well, you know, the other thing we got to look at too that I think is really important, and I think it plays into why this article came out. You know, I'm sure they're aware of all these great games that have come out that, despite getting great review scores, haven't sold gangbusters. Like, Visions of Mana has sold like 40,000 units. What the? Are you serious? That's crazy.
They decided to close the studio before the game even came. Like they knew it wasn't going to sell well, which is insane.
Yeah, because it's a great game.
But they knew before the game released, they laid off the studio.
I remember.
You knew this game, and the thing is, they were right. The game didn't sell well. Like as much as
but it's a great game.
I know we give all the flack for the layoff, right? But we know it's always the financial decisions. And then the game didn't do well financially. It's like they knew it wasn't going to do well. And the thing is, I'm not disagreeing with you that it's a great game, but it's one of those things that like they were right that it wasn't going to do well. And the question is, why were they right?
Well, it sold way under.
No,
like way under all the other Mana games.
Yeah,
not even the lowest selling Mana game by far. And it shouldn't be because it's like,
dude, some of those children of Mana
think it's the best game.
Yeah,
outside of Secret of Mana.
The worst.
Did Visions of Mana release on Switch?
Well, no, and that's part of the problem. We had talked about it last year about this coming to Switch 2. Like it needs to. They need to figure out how to get it there.
Easy shoe and Switch 2, and then the studio was before it even came out.
Having an RPG like that not come to a Nintendo platform is
I think it could have did 40,000 plus sales alone. Right now on Switch,
but it needed to come to Switch 2 because it's not a game that's going to run on Switch 1, or if it did, it's going to be bad performance. So you know, Switch 2 wasn't here yet.
They could hire a port studio; it still could happen, but that's not going to bring the old studio back. It's not going to bring that talent back. This is one thing I appreciate about Nintendo. Is how little they care about all these games. Like if let's say the next 3D Kirby game drops, right? And it bombs. It doesn't do anywhere like Forgotten Land. It does like 1 billion sales for some reason. Just people just hate this thing. Does anyone think anyone on that Kirby team is getting laid off? Are we worried about that talent leaving Nintendo just because that game didn't sell well? No. Because they compensate for the games that don't do what they want with the ones that massively exceed their expectations, that do better. And Nintendo, people get mad at them for this. They sell all their hardware for a profit too, which is not what the other companies do. So they like to make money on everything they sell. It allows them to have these risks. It allows them to try things that might not work out. It allows them to invest in Bayonetta 2, 3, and Origins. It allows them to tell Platinum Games, hey, look, we want to get this new IP, Astral Chain. It allows them to hire From Software to make the Dust Bloods. These are all risky moves that could backfire, and Nintendo could lose millions. But they can do this because of how they manage their company. And I keep bringing this up because not because Yacht Club Games is in that position. I obviously are not. They're an independent studio with like one massive hit. But it's one of those that, like, you know, I'm tired of a great game comes out. Like if Mina the Hollower comes out and I fucking love it and think that this is like a top tier must play for anybody who appreciates old school kind of games, old school Zelda, Secret of Mana, those kind of games, like the vibes you get from that demo. If you're the kind of person that loves that, here we go talking about vibes. But the feeling you get from playing that demo, if it's like right up your alley, like I think it is for me anyways, based on my experience with it. And I'm like, dude, this game is excellent. And it only sells like 100,000 copies. And Yacht Club Games has to announce they just sold to Microsoft or some shit. I'm going to be so fucking pissed off. And I'm not even, to be fair, it's Yacht Club created all their own problems. So like they're self-creating the financial problem. I got to give them credit. I always got to give credit for them not pointing fingers at anybody else. They mismanaged themselves and they know it. But I'm going to be so mad. Just like when the Visions of Mana developer went under before the game even came out. I'm like, dude, this is just bullshit.
I got to say,
what about the Prince of Persia game? Why the fuck is that team gone? That game's like a fucking 9 out of 10 easy.
I hate to interrupt. I did not know they closed down that studio that made Visions of Mana. Very sad. I'm very sad about that because I'm a Mana fan. And is it like the Mana series? I'm like trying to read about it. Is the Mana
it's
series
not the Mana
now?
series. It's just
that team.
Yeah, they lack vision, you know.
Yeah.
Apparently.
So I just worry about I never like hearing about a studio that made a game I enjoy going. I don't like studios going under in general, to be honest. But I never like hearing about a studio that I know has a banger game coming out and like they're hanging by a thread. And they're basically this whole article, and I know they probably didn't intend for it to be this way, but it does come across when you read the full thing, as I did during the show, as this guy's basically saying, please buy our game. He's basically begging you to buy Mina the Hollower. That's why it's the whole reason they did this interview. They want to let people know we're in trouble. We fucked up. We're not blaming anybody else. Please buy our game. It might work, by the way. I think it's part of the marketing tour because look at what we're doing now. Look at the Nintenbyte podcast with the thousands of viewers we get. They're hearing about Yacht Club Games and Mina the Hollower, which we literally were probably not even going to bring up again until Celia came on and we had a release date and everything.
Yeah.
Now here we are talking about it now. Again, we don't have permission to talk about any of the stuff we were shared with privately. I would love to see the veil lifted on that at some point because we would definitely, Stash and I will do a huge topic on just that because we were showing some crazy shit. Yeah. Don't have any footage of it. That's okay. We don't need footage. We have our minds. We know what happened. We know what was going on. We know what they're going for, and it's pretty wild.
I hope people support this game. I really hope so. We lose so many great teams, so many great series.
Yeah, dude.
I'm even thinking about. I'm even thinking about. You mentioned Prince of Persia. That's a great one. With that team that made that team at Ubisoft that's gone now. But guys, Hi-Fi Rush too. What a game! That game's rad.
At least they're somehow still around. They somehow survived.
Yeah.
But
dude, we need a Hi-Fi Rush on Switch too. That's another one that should be on Switch too. That would sell best. It would thrive.
I wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft hired that studio to port it. Even though they have this tendency to hire the studios they just cut. You know, like Toys for Bob, you're gone, but now we're going to hire you to make something. It's like, okay. You just don't want all the risk. I get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what it comes down to.
We don't actually want the studio closed. We just don't want to take on all the risk of the studio. But you guys want to be independent, we'll be your first contract. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a contract to bring Hi-Fi Rush to Switch 2, because I think Microsoft even recognizes, hey, we can get some sales of that on Switch 2 for sure.
Yep. Hire him all back his contract. Don't give him any benefits. Give him the absolute minimum. Microsoft's pros at doing that.
Low risk. Yep.
Yep.
But it does, in some cases, like Toys for Bob acted pretty excited about them getting that contract. It must be all right enough. I think the contract, if Toys for Bob did it smart, the contract that they got to make that next game for Microsoft, they put a kicker in there where we get a % of sales every time. Because then they want to bank on that, being how they can go on and do their own projects. So that's the way it should work out. I think the Hi-Fi Rush people, if they're porting it to Switch 2, they should get a percentage of the Switch 2 sales. I think port studios in general should probably get a %. You put in the work to bring it there, your studio should get a % of those sales. I know that's not how it always works. A lot of times it's just a signed deal, X amount of money to make it happen. That was the deal. You got paid, right? And I get it to a point. But we all know that fair compensation isn't exactly always at the front of these contract deals. And it also relies on the people running these port studios or running these independent indie studios to not make greedy decisions. They get the big Microsoft fat check. How much of it do they keep for themselves instead of actually using it to pay people?
Yeah.
You got to worry about that. If we all talk about the big companies and how they hoard money at the top, don't kid yourself. The indie studios have this problem too. You got to be careful out there. Some of the indie studios, the person at the top has all the money and the people below are barely paying their rent.
Common.
Yeah, very common. It's just a greedy, selfish mentality. And it kind of sucks that it permeates in all walks of life and in all professions. So
it does.
Okay, we can probably get to the Q&A stuff. We got a lot of excellent statements and questions brought in. First off, there was a new member who joined my channel, the Rags 580. He actually did it right before the show started, so thank you so much, Rags. Free Metroid Hat says Prime 4 hype is going beyond ludicrous level.
Luda.
Oh wait, shout out to Free Metroid Hat. He's actually going to be guesting on the show next week to give impressions on the game.
Cool.
Nice. 64. So that's going to be a really cool combo next week. Metroid fans. Figure we got to get the Metroid love up in there. I'd love Andres Restart to come on as well, but that guy's the amount of Metroid Prime content that man's about to pop out.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, he might pop a few blood vessels with like no sleep. The amount of videos he's about to make on that game. Good for him though. Love Andres Restart. Free Metroid Hat then comes and says Prime 4 hype is making me see beyond space and time. He's so hyped. Prepare for this level of hype, dude. If he is still this hyped next week, cool. Watch him come in and be like, guys, I was so wrong. This game sucks. I'll be like, fuck. Shit. Demonic Brawler, bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, NHL Hits, the classic.
Yep.
Yes.
Until we get it. Then he has an actual statement. He says, I work in retail. It's called pushing the merchandise. They try their best to move as many units as possible to prevent backstock and make more sales. Well, I mean, obviously the idea is to get more sales.
I want to know, I really want to know Demonic Brawler's favorite Tales from the Crypt movie. I'm not sure if he just likes the icon or if he's a fan of Tales from the Crypt. I accidentally just said mine. Mine is a movie called Demon Knight that I used to be obsessed with.
The Tales from the Crypt movie?
Yeah. Do you know what I'm talking about?
95?
It's got Billy Zane in it.
Yeah.
And
we rented that back in the day from Blockbuster.
Dude,
my mom was out of town.
Nice. Yeah, it's not one that you watch with mom. To be honest.
Yeah, you don't want your mom around for that one.
That's a good movie.
It's very good.
I love that movie. I rewatched it for Halloween, but I used to love Tales from the Crypt. I used to
dude, that
my
intro
parents weren't around because there was
Tales
always
from
a
the Crypt
booby
intro is so fire.
Yeah, I know. Dude, they're
good.
so good. He's always a different character every time. Demon Knight, he's like a film director.
Yeah, it's the best.
So good.
The Modern Brawler comes back. Thundersash 100% right about this. This had to do with the first topic about why retail is doing what they're doing with Switch 2.
Oh, cool.
Switch After Dark, aka Zoo. Been a podcast guest before, probably will be again. Classical Metroid fan. It's a problem. Metroid has its roots in Norbert Casterets, 10 Years Under the Earth, Space Cobra, Alien, Dune, Federation, Energy Issues, Vibe is Mystery, Loneliness, and Unease, Luxarge, Morph Ball. There, that's a quote from Metro Prime 4's the Luxarge Morph Ball thing. Yeah, Zoo has been very, very concerned about the NPCs and the dialogue in the game, like extremely concerned. Look, I'm not going to say he's wrong on having the roots in all of these different things. I know most of these. I've never viewed Metroid as having its roots in any of this stuff, but that's okay. I do know the biggest thing here is the loneliness aspect that people love about Metroid. I don't know. I like NPC interaction, so it's just like, I don't know. Never really been like Metroid.
But a lot of these examples that Zoo posted aren't just isolation entertainment. Like Alien, it's not just Sigourney Weaver on a ship with an alien. She's with her whole crew. Eventually, it gets weeded down to just her. And then Aliens, the fantastic sequel.
You ruined the movie for me, right? God.
Aliens, the incredible sequel, is filled with characters, and that one's action-packed. From what I've seen, and again, I've only seen like 4, maybe 5 reviews. Everything that I've seen is like people have been like, well, I don't like these characters. Most of the experience is isolated. Like most of the game. So it sounds like 90 to 95% of the game you're by yourself. So I hear him, but it sounds like he's going to get a lot more isolation than Alien.
I think he's going to hate the initial hours, and then if he gets 10 hours in, he's going to love it. I think
he's
that's
going to love it.
Yeah.
Period.
Just period. He's just
Zoo. I'll see you on Liquored Up Live, bitch.
Yeah, there you go, buddy. There you go. That's for those who know that Switch After Dark's podcast he does. I've been on it, Birdman. Dude, I tried to we were gonna rate it, and you left the minute before I was about to rate the podcast.
Oh, really? That's so funny.
Damn it. Anyways, games are like dishes. You order a dish to satisfy an existing appetite. Will this game satisfy the Metroid appetite? We shall see. Games are like dishes. You order the dish to satisfy an existing appetite. I don't always order a dish for an existing appetite. Sometimes I'm ordering for a future appetite.
But if you go to a restaurant and you order an appetizer or a meal for, let's say you order the mac and cheese, but then one day ago they changed up the menu and now it's a 5-cheese mac and cheese. Are you pissed? And it's delicious.
Right.
But instead of just one,
you never tried new
when I go out to eat.
Right?
Yeah.
But I always do.
Try new things all the time too. All the time. Like, oh, there's a new wing sauce. Let me try it. There's a new this. Let me try it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What, ever hear of the poo-poo platter?
Hey, we had the Grinch meal. We had to try that dill salt shit at McDonald's. Wanted to see what it was about. Hey, it's not bad. It's pretty good.
What? Yeah, what do they call it at Denny's? Think of it like this. Denny's, is it called the Grand Slam? Where it's like a little bit of every, you get your eggs, you get your pancakes, you get your toast, you get
Yeah.
Like a Grand Slam.
If games are like dishes, you order to satisfy the existing appetite. Well, look, I have an appetite to play some great Metroid, but hey, if they try some new things, I might like it even more.
Yeah. It's like putting a new sauce on something. Might be really good, man.
Yeah, did you give me hot sauce for my eggs? I might like that hot sauce better, and my eggs are better than ever.
It's like putting on a clean pair of socks instead of wearing the same socks for months on end.
Yeah, you don't always have to rely on old reliable is always there. The old cheat, like you can go back and play Metroid Prime 1. You can go back and play Samus Returns. You can go back and play the Metroid games. But hey, sometimes you gotta try something fresh, something different, something new. Change is okay.
Did I trigger you, Eric?
It can't exist for change's sake. So it's all about how it all fits together. And the funny thing is, the dialogue stuff and the NPC interactions, they don't feel like change for change's sake. It reminds me a hell of a lot of Metroid Prime 3. And if you didn't mind Metroid Prime 3, then I don't really know why you're concerned about this. The interactions look very similar. So I don't really understand the complaints most of the time. And now I haven't played the game yet, to be clear, but I also like NPC interactions. I actually think it's kind of badass. Miles McKenzie is basically me. So if you end up hating Miles Zoo, I'm sorry that in real life you would also hate me. That being said, Karkun, is it satisfying the Metroid Prime appetite? It is satisfying.
Yes,
To be fair, Karkun's been already playing Japan.
Mhm.
They've been playing for hours. So Karkun's like, oh, it's satisfying that appetite, all right. So there's I guess, some hope for you, Zoo. From our friend, our local Japanese fan, Demon Brawler. I can't imagine how many parents out there have been catching hell from their kids begging to upgrade for their Switch to Switch 2 this Christmas. I think it's interesting.
Yeah. No one wants to be the loser with a Switch 1 this holiday.
My kids have asked for a Switch 2, of course. And I've kindly explained, I don't think Santa's bringing that this year. So like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Well, did Santa bring you a Switch in 2017? My youngest son is like, was I even alive? Yes, but not old enough to worry about a Switch. Yeah, you were alive.
Yeah.
Just not old enough to worry about a Switch. Then my daughter's like, yeah, that was bullshit. Santa fucked me that year. I'm like, oh, Jesus. Well, first off, welcome, high schooler.
Yeah, right.
Nice to hear the language finally. I know you're in high school. I wonder when you were going to drop an F-bomb in front of your parents. 2, yeah, no, I didn't buy you one in 2017, nor did Santa. So guess what? You will get one when you get one. Or you won't get one at all. Get a job. I'm just saying, it's one of those, all of my kids, believe in Santa. That's totally fine. But like, you have to understand, even Santa's got limits. Besides,
Santa was laid off, sweetie.
Santa's
he's working in the coal mine now.
Yeah.
Post-COVID issues. Post-COVID issues. He lost some elves. You got to give him a break over here. Anyways, but yeah, there's probably some kids, especially in Japan. I've heard in Japan, there's been a lot of demand from children really wanting a Switch 2. There's probably some in the US as well, I'm sure. But like, the thing is, I always wonder, like, how are kids finding out about Switch 2 when all they're watching is things like queso and memes on TikTok? Like, how are they even finding out this thing exists? They're not watching the shit we're watching. They're not seeing commercials. So I always wonder, like, how they find out. I mean, if they go to the store, of course, with their parents, obviously you'll see it. But
maybe is there like I don't have TikTok. Is there Switch ads on TikTok and stuff?
Yeah,
like
of
that?
course they're running. They do run ads, but you know how children are with ads. Skip, buy, new app. They ain't sitting through that shit. I got kids. I watch them every. Fuck this. They move on to something different as soon as an ad plays.
Yep. They
got no interest. Or they set it down and go do something else, like go to the bathroom and come back like we used to do during commercials. So like, I don't know. It's one of those things I always wonder how kids are even finding out about this stuff. Word of mouth obviously can be a big play in that, but I'm just always curious because like I didn't grow up in that era and I'm obviously chronically online due to my job. So I'm always aware of all this stuff, but I'm like, if I was them, what would I be doing in my everyday that I would even become aware that this happened unless someone told me? Like, my kids don't know that a new iPhone comes out every September. They have no idea. But they always know after it comes out because one of their friends gets one. And then the word of mouth goes around, there's a new iPhone.
Yeah.
But before that, they had no idea the iPhone was even coming out. It's always because someone else told them. So I think it's interesting. I don't know how it works in the rest of the world. Obviously, parents, you guys might introduce them to things. I'm not a big on like consumerism thing. So I intentionally don't tell my kids there's a new Zelda game coming. There's a new this, there's a new that. I'd rather them find out on your own and tell me you want it.
I like that.
I don't want to be your window in because I don't want you to be forced into things I like and my interests because, I'm trying to raise you the right way and introduce you to classic games. Like, nah, man, I want you to find your own way in life. And if your way leads to you finding out about all this stuff, cool. And you know what? You do have an easy window because I run a YouTube channel. Just watch my videos.
Yeah.
But my videos are boring to children.
It's a good play. I like that play.
Yeah. That's just
my kids are like,
so
my kids are like, Papa, can I get this for Christmas? I'm like, you ready to play Zelda? You ready to play Zelda? Then go to your room.
Yeah,
No.
you don't have a
Go
choice.
to your
It's
fucking
Zelda or
room.
nothing. But little Timmy down the street's playing Roblox. I want to play with him. Fuck Timmy. Go to your room. Actually, literally don't. You're my daughter. Don't fuck.
Yeah, you
Timmy.
can.
So go to your room.
Yeah.
You could go to Timmy's house when you finish the Die Hard trilogy. Now go to your room. It's Christmas
You
time. Go
watch
watch
every
Die
Terminator.
Hard.
You
and
must
we'll
watch
talk.
every Terminator. Or you don't even get dinner. Imagine raising your kids that way. It's hilarious.
Oh Lord.
Demonic Brawler says, according to Nate, it'll be 3 more years on Mario.
Yeah.
I did note holiday 2027 is the soonest I could see it coming, but I expect 2028. But I will throw that caveat out. If it is holiday 2027, I did kind of state that's the earliest. And I know Stash thinks I'm so wrong about all of this.
What
I don't
date for
know why.
2028?
Yeah, 2028 or earliest holiday 2027. But anyways,
Well, the earliest 2027 was added in the following episode. The original episode it was 2028.
It's Nate for
Just saying.
2028. They're yeah, there's like promotional signs out there.
You asked me, well, what about 2027? And I'm like, well, yeah, holiday right at the end of the year, right before we're in 2028. Sure, it's possible. But I do think 2028 makes more sense. And I stand by that. We'll see what happens.
I've seen your political ads for it.
Stash can't wait for like the Nintendo Direct in February that reveals 3D Mario, and he's gonna be like, "How do you feel, buddy?" I'm gonna be like,
absolutely fantastic.
I'm like, I feel
Right.
great because the trailer ended saying 2028, bitch. But no, they would never tease Mario that soon.
No,
Like it's not Zelda. Okay, this is Mario. They don't give you 2-3 year warning. Zelda, yeah, I can see Zelda next year, and then just have no date attached. I mean that's typical for them. But okay, yeah. So if you guys don't know, I'm the one that's saying that I don't think Mario is still 2028. The whole logic is just because the 3D Mario team has never made 2 games at the same time, and they just made Donkey Kong Bonanza and released it this year. I find it very hard to believe they just have another game coming next year. But I could be completely wrong, and you know what? I want to be wrong. Of course, I want 3D Mario injected into my people. I thought I'm going to be mad if 3D Mario comes out next year. Oh, I'm so mad! A game I want is coming. Oh man, because I got owned on my podcast. So guess what? You know how many times I've been owned on this podcast? Just tune in every week.
Can I make a Mario prediction right now since it's on topic?
Sure.
I predict that the next 3D Mario for Switch 2 is going to be the most divisive 3D Mario to ever get announced, and that there's going to be dozens of videos about how Switch 2 is cooked and that this Mario looks like ass and is a complete.
Oh, you mean
failure.
like every game announced? Like every Switch 2 game announced? Oh, we can't be excited for Dustbloods now because it's PvPvE. Can't be excited anymore. Automatically means the game sucks. Forget the guy who's making it. It obviously sucks. It's not Elden Ring 2. Okay, cool. All right. Well, never mind that we were all hyped after seeing the trailer. None of us saw anything that looked like a bad game, but cool. Again, this is what we talked about with game reviews, remember? More of what we want this thing to be rather than judging what it is. It gets tiring. And it happens in the fan base too. A lot of you guys out there judge basically by the cover, or you just dive in and like, I want this game to be this and it's not that, so ergo it's bad. It's like, okay, well, what about what it actually is? Like, I didn't learn anything about the game. I just learned what you want it to be and that it's not that thing. Well, I'm like, okay, cool. Well, now I know it's not the game you want it to be. Can I learn what the game actually is? Nope. 4 out of 10. Cool. It's actually kind of funny how much expectations shape so much.
It does.
It's wild. You know, like a direct is bad because you expected it to be the best thing ever. I'm like, but it had a bunch of good games in it that you're interested in and might buy. So how is it bad? Well, it just wasn't the big one. I thought, okay, but it doesn't mean it's bad. It doesn't have to be like the greatest thing. Like the next 3D Zelda game, there's things I want them to do, and if they don't do it, I'm not going to suddenly be like, well, this game's trash.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was saying, like, it's okay to be bummed that something that you want to be in a game is not there. That's a normal reaction. Like, damn, like if the next Zelda game doesn't have traditional dungeons again, that's gonna bum me out. I'm really looking forward to the return of traditional temples and dungeons. But that's a bummer, but I'm excited to see what this next game has to offer.
And music.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And music.
Give me some good music, please.
Yeah.
Not
The
say it's
new
bad, but
concept-
give me some really good classic
Yeah,
jams.
there was some good stuff in Tears of the Kingdom. Man, I think what some people are longing for is Zelda. For a while, has kind of leaned on remixing a lot of the greats, which is awesome. Love it. Like the Colgera theme, bringing the Dragon Roost stuff into it, like so amazing, epic. But also, the reason we think it's so epic is because of a song that originated in the Wind Waker. And it's like, okay, well, where's the new banger?
Yeah. Well, listen, when Tears had that first like really epic trailer,
The trailer
it-
music. Oh my
and it
god.
kicks. Do you guys remember it? Like kicks into like saxophone and gets like jazzy. Do you guys remember that,
Some of the greatest music they've made for Zelda in forever, and it's for a trailer.
dude?
It's not even the game.
If they would have pulled some of that style, because I love how the games have styles. You know what I mean? Like Wind Waker, there's a very Celtic vibe to the music. Dude, if they had leaned into what we got in that trailer and you got a bunch of those iconic tunes with like that jazz flair, oh man, it would have been epic. Unfortunately, a lot of them weren't there, but I do think Tears was a step up from Breath. Breath of the Wild was so minimalist that like there's like I remember just like some like little random piano melodies and then like the Stone Talos music.
Yeah, you had the battle music. The battle music was something that people remember a lot. There were some themes in each town people remember, and then the Hyrule Castle theme is the one that people are like, "Oh yeah, that was really good."
Yeah, that's the good one.
That was good. That was like, but the whole game used to be that in the past.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I don't mind about the field music. Doesn't bother me as much because I do like what they were going for. They wanted you to feel one with the nature, not just jamming out to music. I'm like, yeah, it kind of worked a little bit.
I really want a mainline Zelda game to go as hard with its iconic music. Obviously, you want new tunes each game, but I want them to go as hard with their music as FromSoft goes with the Souls games. Like, anytime you enter the fog into a boss room in a Souls-like, and the music kicks in, like you get the goosebumps, your heart rate goes up before you've even started combat. The heart rate's like you hear that epic choir and the strings and stuff, and shit's getting real.
I
want to feel those vibes in Zelda.
For like the next 5 hours, I am dying to this encounter, but this music's gonna feel so great when I beat it.
Yeah. I want to feel that with Zelda because Zelda's got the tunes already. Like they're already halfway there. They just got to like epic choir symphony it.
I'll say this. Like, look, I assume Great Fairies will be back in the next Zelda because they keep bringing them back. Okay, cool. Let's get a new Great Fairy theme. Why do we got to keep relying on the OG? Let's get a new one. Give me something new. Don't be afraid to get away from the classics. It's okay because guess what? Those classics had to become their own thing at some point. Let's get something fresh. You have a castle theme. Cool. The castle themes you've been doing fresh things with. Do it with more. Do it with more of the game. Do some fresh themes. I don't mind like the classics being mixed in here and there, but it's kind of like, sometimes I feel like you're too reliant on the classics. Which again, I get it. It's nostalgic. I get it. But sometimes you got to get away from that. Try some new bangers. I got a question for you guys. Is the music in the Zora area, is that based on any prior game? Like in the city?
In what game?
In Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. Either one.
I don't remember it in Breath or Tears. I do remember it because playing Age of Imprisonment, you get
I'm trying to remember the music right now because Yulia really loves that song. Like she can listen to it on repeat all day. It's so relaxing to her. It like puts you to state of meditation.
It's like Enya.
Kind of.
Or what was it? Pure Moods. They should
Mood.
team up with
Pure Mood.
they should team up with Pure Moods Volume 17 for the next Zelda game.
Demar Brawler, under the rating summary for Metroid Prime 4, it states there are game purchases, and this was listed for DK Bonanza, which ended up leading to DLC. Well, Metroid Prime 4, I assume there's going to be DLC for Metroid Prime 4.
I asked about this when we had Kiwi on. And
Kiwi said no, I think.
Doubts it. Yeah.
Yeah, he said no. But it's like, okay, well, you know what? What says in-game purchases? Like, I was going to say, does it mean the amiibo? But you buy those at the store. So I don't know. Maybe they eventually let you unlock the amiibo stuff in-game by just buying it.
I doubt it.
I mean, no one mentioned microtransactions or anything in any of the reviews that I read. So I don't feel like there's anything like that in the game. So like, it feels like it must just be for DLC in the future. Maybe just as a, hey, in case we decide to, like, hey, if this game sells really well, we have an idea for DLC. But we want to wait and see how it debuts.
Mm-hmm.
That could be a thing because it was a really expensive game to make and it's expensive to keep making. So if they're going to make DLC, well, then the game has to do really well, you know? Maybe it's just there for just in case. I have no idea. Obviously, I haven't played the game, so I don't know. Maybe there's something in there after you get to the end game where there's some sort of cosmetic or some bullshit you could buy. Beats me. Switch Out the Dark. I'll never understand people going off meta scores, but I share the concerns about the loss of Metroid vibe as a fan of Metroid 1, 2, Super, and Dread. Yeah, I think Zoo, I don't know if our audience knows, but online you've made it very, very, very obvious how concerned you are on Metroid Prime 4. You are one of the people that are scared. I won't say scared. Massively worried that Metroid Prime 4 sucks. And I'm sure when you saw the reviews today, and you saw a lot of the complaints about the NPC things, it just made you more scared.
Worrying is like one of the greatest waste of energy on this planet.
Well, the other thing too is I feel like the reviews should have made him feel a little bit better and kind of pushed his worries aside. Because again, from what I've read, it seems like the experience is the majority is isolation.
I swear every other week Stash says something that I'm like, dude, you pretty much just like destroyed the feelings of like half the people watching. And I'm like, you're all wasting energy because you worry. To be fair, I think all of us worry about certain things at certain times. I think it's just a natural human emotion. I have kids, right? So like if they're going to do something that's a little scary, I worry a bit about what might happen, but I don't stop them.
Yeah.
You know, like, you know, they have to get their own experience. If they get hurt doing something, they get hurt playing football, get a massive concussion. Hey, it's part of the game. I know this. Like, am I concerned? Am I worried? You might get your leg shattered. Yeah. I'm not going to like prevent you from doing things.
Yeah. That's a parental concern. That is natural. But to worry about the things we're talking about and things that never happen in life, you know, worry is the thief of the present and the future. It steals from both. I get sick of hearing people tell me all the time they're worrying about shit that is never going to happen. These are people I know, and I see that it never happens.
Even if it does, it's like, okay, so this happened. Now what?
Yeah.
Well, you couldn't stop it. So now what? You gotta live with it. Okay, cool. What all that worrying do to prepare you for living with this?
Right.
Nothing. Except waste your time and energy, and you're just like,
yeah. And now you didn't get to enjoy.
Right. So my worrying was worth it. I got justified because my worrying happened. I'm like, okay, sure. Your worrying got justified because the thing you were worried about happened. However, did your worrying stop it from happening? No. So who gives a fuck? If it happens, it happens. Deal with it then.
Deal with it then. Cross that bridge when you get there.
Or pray about it.
Yeah.
Or pray about it.
That's right.
Jakey Kong. Oh no, Link meets other characters in Hyrule. There goes the isolation. Oh no, Link rides a horse that wasn't in the original Zelda ruined. Yeah, people forget this dude. Horses were not part of Zelda.
Yeah,
like that was the thing. Like it was new. It was tried as a new thing. To be fair, there are some people that don't like that the games that Metroid Prime 4 is being compared to Zelda by like Logan Plan. It's not Zelda. I'm like, okay, well, you explore, You get upgrades. You do dungeons. You have boss fights. I mean, look, the correlations between Metroid and Zelda have been there literally from the beginning.
Holy shit! Plot twist. That's the ending of Prime 4. She takes off the helmet. It was Zelda the whole time.
Zelda the whole time.
And Metroid actually can crawl.
There you go. Demonic Brawler. If everyone who complained about the changes made to Legend of Zelda Series Breath of the Wild was taken seriously, we would have never gotten Tears of the Kingdom, and that's your favorite. Yeah. And whatever they do with this next one that's also going to be open world, if they had listened to all the people that said go linear, that game wouldn't exist either. Like in the end, you know, like now they think Nintendo's selling out because they're going, okay, did you think they were selling out with Ocarina of Time when they didn't go backwards after that? Did you think they were selling out with A Link to the Past when they locked in the Zelda formula before that we had all the way up until Breath of the Wild? What are we doing? Series got to evolve, and they might not always evolve in ways you want, but if they evolve in ways that keep a large audience interested, then they did their job.
Yeah,
it's okay to grow out of love with a series if other people enjoy it now and you don't. Like it's okay.
They would have hated the Wii days, the Blue Ocean strategy.
Oh yeah.
You guys are selling out. You guys are catering to the casual. Yeah, we're trying to grow the industry.
Yeah.
Just try Mario Galaxy. Trust me, you'll love it. Even though it has motion controls, just play it.
I don't want to do that waggle shit.
It's not for me. It's not for
me. I ain't doing that waggle bullshit.
So many people did that. That's why I was like, when it came out on Switch, I expected it to sell really well because
you're lost.
People can hold a controller now, but there's still people.
Yeah,
they were in my comments saying,
shake that reputation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, do you still have to move the controller? I'm like, guys, like you literally, you move it like this to aim. That's
How do these people play?
Well, I don't
PC
know if I want to
games?
play that then. Like,
how do these people play PC games? Do I have to move the mouse when I play?
Right.
No.
They don't. That's the answer. They don't. They don't play PC games.
Just don't
They
play
only
video
play
games.
traditional twin stick stuff, and that's it. They don't like motion anything.
Well, that's stupid.
Some of them turn off Rumble. They don't even let the controller.
They're
run.
lost. They're lost. The Wii kicked ass. The Wii has, it had a lot of shovelware, but it had a lot of incredible gems on it, both first and third party. And the Wiimote was brilliant. I don't care what anyone says. Like in hindsight, thinking about the Wii, it was brilliant.
You guys love VR? Who do you think standardized the motion controls that led to VR being what it is today? It was Nintendo.
Sony.
Sony.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sony. So they're the ones that popularized it. It totally wasn't Nintendo at all.
PlayStation Move, dude. They've been working on motion controls for 20 years before.
Don't forget about the Kinect.
Oh yeah, don't forget it was the Sony iToy or whatever. That's what it was.
And Kinect Sports.
Yeah, that's right.
Totally didn't come out after the Wii.
Kinect Sports paved the way for Wii Sports.
All right, we got to keep it. True. Okay, so Switch After Dark is probably responding to the prior super chat that told them about, this dish is delicious or whatever. True, but can evolving a dish turn into a different dish entirely? A dish that may be rejected by the people who ordered it.
Take you back to the 5 cheese mac and cheese as opposed to the single cheese.
Look, I'll tell you what, Switch After Dark. Do. I know you're up late sometimes. You might still be watching. I'm just going to say this. They never took the chicken nuggets off the menu. You can still go back and have your chicken nuggets. But I'm sorry that they introduced you to bacon-wrapped, cheese-filled goodness that you just happen to not enjoy. You like the simplistic things in life. Good. Those simplistic things still exist. Go back and play them. No one took your retro games away. And we got to stop pretending there's not like a billion Metroidvanias out there. Like you can't get a fix in any of the other Metroidvanias.
Well, to be fair, if it's Prime particular, that.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, there isn't really.
I got to be fair.
Yeah. To be fair, yeah, the Prime alternatives won't even exist.
They don't.
I don't think there's like
not that I'm aware of.
Like even one indie alter. I don't even think there's one.
I can't think of a single game that's like Prime.
Why isn't there? They couldn't get it to sell. I mean, you know, if it sold really, really well, they would. You know what sells really, really well? Side-scrolling Metroidvanias. So that's why we have a lot of them. That's interesting. Boo, bippity, dippity, streakity. This was to make me drink my beer earlier. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you so much, Tall Show. I thought I was being taken back to what's the movie that has like that song there? Bippity boppity boo. It's like a Disney movie, I think.
Pretty sure it's
Yeah,
Cinderella.
it is.
Cinderella. Bippity boppity boo.
Is it Sleeping Beauty?
Put them together.
No, it's
and let's-
Cinderella.
Yeah,
It's
pretty
not
sure.
Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
No,
it's
it's
Cinderella.
Yeah,
As soon as I remember the
It's
line,
when
of-
she's cleaning, isn't it?
I think it's when she's like making the magic stuff happen and like creating
Yeah.
the carriage and like showing her like we could combine all these things together with bippity
Jesus.
boppity boo.
It's been decades.
Yeah, I haven't
Chat,
actually
sound
seen-
off. What
It'd
is
be one of my
Bippity
favorite
Boppity
movies
Boo
as a
from?
kid, but I haven't actually
Wait,
seen it.
is it Sword in the
I don't
Stone? Someone said in chat that sounds kind of familiar.
I don't think I've seen it since the 80s.
Sword in the Stone's a good movie. I love Sword in the Stone. I watched that movie just like 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty.
Cinderella, I
those
watched a lot when I was-
80s.
Yeah, people are saying it's Cinderella, guys. Yeah, Fairy Godmother. Okay, so okay, my memory was right on
What-
that. Yeah.
What
I haven't
about
watched
the Page
25
Master?
years.
Anyone ever see the Page
Oh my
Master?
God.
How
I love the
sick was
Page.
that
Dude, I
movie?
love the Page Master, man.
I love that
Felt
shit.
ahead of its time, dude. Felt ahead of its time.
You remember the game?
Literally no one would watch or play the game today. Like no one would watch this shit today. I'm telling you right now. But back then, God, it was badass.
So
It was.
badass.
Who knows? You know, I never thought we could have a hit show about monsters from the 80s, and here we are with Stranger Things. So, yeah, well, maybe I shouldn't be doubting. Maybe there's some appeal for this stuff today.
We need Bucky O'Hare to come back. You guys remember that one? Do you guys remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great
Dude.
game.
How sick was Bucky O'Hare?
The game's
the game
great.
and the cartoon.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. I can't believe that's the most random thing I've ever thought would ever come up on this show. Bucky
Well, it's
O'Hare.
like next year, Samurai Pizza Cats video games
Oh
coming
my
out.
God.
Remember? And it's like,
Oh, yeah.
what? This
Yeah,
is
like,
coming
wow.
back? This is awesome.
How?
And obviously, we're getting Toxic Crusaders. We're getting a lot of old school stuff.
Daniel Alvarez here says Miles McKenzie icon. It seems to be someone who likes Miles McKenzie. So there you go.
Yeah. He's got
Oh,
I'm
they
telling you,
should.
I already know I'm gonna like Miles McKenzie. I've known
Nintendo
it from the
should
very
do
first
that.
time very first time he opened his mouth. I'm like, oh my god, I love this guy. But I also like characters like that. I know they're cheesy, corny, and they're in like every Marvel movie, and I don't care. They're my favorite characters.
I find this extremely offensive.
Fuck you,
So
stop being old.
That's jacked. I love Bucky. Screw off.
Oh my god. Janky Con for $2 says, oh no, GTA is 3D instead of top down. It's trash. I mean, there were people that thought this back in the day. Some of those games that transitioned to 3D, they're like, oh, it's garbage. Like, well, give it a chance. Jeez. You know how hard it is to transition to 3D? It's difficult. Like, even when they're trying to do that with Shovel Knight, like, it's going to be difficult. It's not easy. Things that worked in the 2D plane aren't necessarily what you do in 3D. Games evolve or die, says Jakey Kong. I think it's more like franchises evolve or die. Because I do think that we've seen a lot of franchises fail to evolve, or the evolution they tried didn't work, and so they died. But we've also seen a lot of franchises successfully evolve and stay around. Mario's definitely one that's done that. Zelda. Obviously, a lot of Nintendo's old IPs have had a lot of evolutions that have kept them going. But you could think about this with other IPs as well. Like, I have a question. Like, is Dragon Quest 11, like the latest Dragon Quest, is that like really way different from the beginning of the series? Like, did they evolve it over those years, or is it just like relying on the same old, same old?
There's a lot of evolutions. Yeah, it's like a full on 3D RPG.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can play it in 2D as well. But
Yeah.
it's like a modern 3D RPG that's open and vast, and you can go anywhere.
Yeah. What are
So-
you doing bringing up the wild?
Do you remember that, Nate?
What are we doing? Why are you bringing this shit up? What is happening to this show right now?
Dude, this is what I do. What are you
It's like-
talking like as if I'm acting any
We
different
should
than
be-
normal?
We should start a new podcast. It's just about talking about shit from like the 80s, man.
80s and 90s, dude. I am
Yeah,
so
you're
in
into the
on a
90s.
80s 90s podcast with you guys on another night.
Dude, I'll dress like Zach from Saved by the Bell.
There you go.
Oh my god.
Do you remember that show though?
Yeah.
What show?
This one.
Oh, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like I don't even remember how I discovered it. I just watched it. I'm like,
They have a beat 'em up too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do.
I think I
Yeah.
have it on my arcade that has all the games.
Oh,
Dude,
nice.
Street Sharks is making a comeback. You guys know I've been getting into comics. There's a brand new like Street Sharks comic.
Oh
It's
man,
wild.
Sick.
it is.
Pretty much that. My mind is exploding from Prime 4 hype right now. Pretty much what hat. You're probably playing Prime 4 right now. Let's be honest. I'm also so excited to chat about it for the next few weeks. That has been all I can think about. Yeah. I don't know if we'll ever be able to get off the Metroid Prime 4 topic next week with pretty much what hat on. He just won't stop. But hey, we got to play a pre-recorded message by Thunderstash. Oh, look, it's the next topic. That's pretty much what I had. I need a Miles McKenzie bobblehead to put in my car. Yes.
Nice.
Dude, I want bobbleheads of the whole like 4 or 5 characters they have. I want them all. And then I'll buy that Viola amiibo and stick it on the dash like it's driving towards them. I don't know if Yulia will let me get away with this. I might get in a lot of trouble. The only reason I'm thinking about it is back in the day when Eric had the moose bobblehead in his car. It always made me go, man, I've always wanted to have a bobblehead in my car, just on the dash. I've just always wanted one. You know, that or I want to like go to like Hawaii and then get one of those hula girl ones.
Yeah.
The classic.
I used to have Buddy Christ. You know,
Oh, did you?
from
Yeah.
what was it from? Mallrats, Jane Silent Bob. Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny. Taker 610. I heard Silex is Samus's father, but I may have been this confused with a movie spoiler from 1980. Love it. We're even hitting our own audience with confusions of the 80s and 90s. Benatis says, as someone who knows some music theory, not an expert by any stretch of the imagination, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are the best soundtracks in the series. There you go. By the way, I really enjoy the soundtracks. And I do listen to some of the music. Probably, I want to be honest. On my Nintendo Music app, I probably play music from those games more than I play from the older Zelda games, which actually surprises me. I thought for sure, like the Wind Waker soundtrack, I'd be playing that nonstop, but I actually really don't. It's weird. I wonder, but that might have to do with like music theory. Like maybe one of them's better for like repeat long-term listening, whereas others are just like bangers in the moment. Maybe that's something to do with it. I don't know. I'm not like a music expert, so I don't really know why I find that music just easier. Like the more modern stuff today in Breath of the Wild is just easier to listen to on repeat. I don't really know. There's probably there's been studies on this, so I'm sure there's a whole reason for it. But I think it's like, I'm like, yeah, but I remember what the Great Fury do. I remember, but when's the last time you listened to the original? Been a while. I don't really. It's interesting. Like,
The original what?
Like, I never listened to the original Dragon Roost. It's either the Zero reorchestrated version that gets requested on my live streams, or I hear Dragon Roost through the Colgera theme or the Rito Village theme from the modern games. Otherwise, I never go back and listen to the original. Interesting. Because I know that Tears of the Kingdom Breath of the Wild rely a lot on mixing some of the OGs into newer stuff. Like the Colgera theme isn't entirely Dragon Roost, guys. It's got its own stuff going on. But it brilliantly mixes that in. And it somehow works, which is awesome. That's interesting. Even the gnome. What are we doing? Oh, dude, I have one. Okay, that reminds me of something. Is there anybody in this planet that ever played a PC game called Gnome? It's a mech game.
It's a what?
It's a mech game.
Oh, you've talked about this.
Yeah, GNOME. I've never found another person that even knows this game exists.
But you still can't find it, right?
Hold on. GNO. It's all with it's all an abbreviation.
Yeah, I know David the gnome.
Yeah. Here
David's
it
a
is.
G.
Dude, that intro song.
Great intro. Yeah, the intro's
Dude, intro music from the 90s. Holy shit.
80s and 90s.
You guys remember the
absolute fire.
Do you guys remember the cartoon Gummy Bears?
Yeah.
Dude, it was so
There
good.
it is. Okay, it was called Genome. That's why I kept getting it wrong. It's called Genome.
You literally found it?
Yes, it's called Genome. It was a 1997 PC game.
You've been looking for this for like
forever. That's why it is Gnome. I was wrong about it being an abbreviation. It's G-NOME. Oh my god, I can't believe I finally found it.
I started to think that game had succumbed to the Mandela effect or something.
Yeah, like the Mandela effect. That's what I was thinking for. Dude, there's another game that I wonder if it's a Mandela effect game, but I swear I played so much of it. Then I brought it up to my grandma once, and she remembers me playing it too. I'm like, yeah, but that's the Mandela effect. A lot of us have a memory that's not real, and it's a racing game that you played
the
on.
Memory is real.
That
the
had
memory is real.
We were shooting each other's cars like Twisted Metal, but it was actually racing on courses. But I literally never knew like this one. I knew the name of. I just didn't know it had a dash. So like that's why I never found it. But I have no idea what this car game is, and I've never been able to find it or find anything close to it. It was on my grandma's computer. No, I don't think so. Maybe I don't know the name of it. It was definitely from the 90s or 80s. No, it had to be from the 90s. It had too good of visuals for the 80s.
It was a 3D game, right? Like a earlier 3D game.
Yeah. And it was on PC. It might have been on other platforms too. I have no idea, or maybe in the arcades, but I played it on my grandma's computer, and I had no idea how she even got the game. Maybe it came with the computer for all I know. I don't know. Could have just been a demo.
Might have came with her like Sound Blaster speakers or something.
I really liked it. Of course, I was a kid. I'm sure the game is absolute trash. like I'm sure if I go back and play G-Gnome, I'm sure the game's probably not very good.
You should look it up. I think it might be Carmageddon.
You think it might be Carmageddon? Send me a link. I tried Googling and nothing popped up, but I probably spelled it like
came out in 97.
Yeah, that might be it too. Then it would make sense too, because both were on my grandma's
time frame, yeah.
And G-Gnome, I think, came with the computer. So I wouldn't be surprised if this came with the computer as well as like a package deal when they got it. Yeah. So it was a big deal when they got their computer. It was the best computer in the family. So that's where I did all my PC gaming. A lot of it back in 97 was on that. All right. Erector Lato 1554 says, playing the game right now. Metroid Prime 4 in Australia. It's great. Yeah.
Nice.
Demonic Brawler. My stepdad, God rest his soul, used to say that the best invention man ever made was the mute button.
Picture in picture was pretty close. Oh, picture in picture was the shit back in the day.
I mean, it was. Dude, when people are like, what is that? I'm like, okay. Are you watching a YouTube video on your phone? Yeah. Are you also browsing whatchamacallit at the same time? Yeah. Is the video down in the corner? Yeah. Picture in picture, motherfucker.
That was such a selling point too.
OG. And I'm telling you right now, like it was a big deal when iPhone had the update to YouTube that let you have the fucking video anywhere on the screen while you're doing other shit. Yeah, I know Android had it before then, but that's picture in picture. Like it's a desired feature for a reason. It was great to have like two things at the same time. And it was back in the OG days, it kind of sucked because the one picture was always so tiny and in the corner. But it was a way to deal with living room fights when you had the one TV, one person wanted the game and watch a show, or wanted to watch different watch sports and watch a movie. It was at least, hey, everyone can get kind of what they want. Yeah, the person on the small screen, you're sitting closer to the TV. As it evolved, you were able to like resize them a little bit sometimes, but yeah, now we're to today where it's just like it's just part of part of reality, and no one even uses the term anymore. But that's what it is. It's picture in picture.
Yeah, it was so cool.
Yeah, it was, dude. It's just like when that, and then when like TiVo came around.
Yeah, TiVo was the shit.
On demand, dude. It was such a big deal back then. You no longer had to get out the VHS recorder.
You didn't have to buy VHS tapes like
to record
a
your
week
show
before basketball season every year in case like I have something going on. I need to record a Suns game.
And then you worry like someone else might grab it and tape over it. Like, fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
Like there's still some movies that I recorded on TV that I've only ever seen from recorded on VHS that I still don't know the endings to because someone recorded over the ending. Dude, I remember it was like Back to the Future 3. I didn't know the ending of it for like a decade because someone recorded over it. I'm like, God damn it. But obviously, you know, I've seen it since then. But I'm like, man, this was back in the day, though. All this stuff we take for granted today, that stuff got invented while we were growing up.
Yeah.
I'm in Demand 7. Now that we have Metroid Prime 4, when do you see Metroid Prime 5 coming? As soon as 2029, 2030? Okay, so obviously there's that rumor from Nashweedle that they're already working on Prime 5. But then we have Kiwi Talks, who knows game developers, who basically said no. They are burned the fuck out. Which is why he probably doesn't think there'll be DLC either. Because he knows people on the team that are just burned out. That said, I have a sneaking suspicion, and maybe I'm wrong on this. But if Prime 5 comes to be, let's say Prime 4 does incredibly well. At least 5 million in sales, maybe it hits 10 or more. I have no idea. But it does well where Nintendo's pretty happy with the results. I still don't think we get a Prime 5 until Switch 3. It feels weird saying that because we're at the beginning of the gen, but I truly think Retro's going to work on something else. And then come back to Prime, which means that would be Prime would probably end up being on with game development cycles. It'll probably be on Switch 3. But
what do you guys think about that?
Cinnamon Toast Crunch Kisses.
How in the hell?
I didn't know they existed. You're making my snack look bad. I just have the classic original candy wafers by Necco.
Oh, that's classic.
Yeah, these are delicious, but like I can only imagine what those taste like, and I don't know why they're not in my house right now.
Right? I didn't know they existed.
I used to always get those. I used to call it Nico. It's probably Necco, but Nico wafers for the for the movies.
I don't know.
Theater.
Just fucking love these wafers, man. They're so good.
Yeah. Go pick it up at the grocery store before the theater.
And I like
Always
the random flavor pack because there's only ever like 2 root beers in it. But every time you get that root beer one, you're like, fuck yeah, this is the shit's the best.
That's my favorite. Yeah.
No, but if you have too much of it, it's not great anymore. I like all these other flavors. They're like, this one was just okay. That one was good. This one's Then you hit the root beer, you're like, new appreciation.
Makes you really appreciate it. Yeah.
It's so good. Even the chocolate ones, I bought a whole stack of chocolate ones. I was eating them earlier, and I'm like, these aren't that great. I had one of the chocolate ones pop up in the pack I had earlier today. I'm like, oh, dude, this stands out this is way better coming from this pack. Why? I'm like, because of all the other flavors. Then you hit that chocolate one, and it just hits different. Oh my God. What are we doing?
You guys ever see Warriors of Virtue?
Yes, it used to be one of my favorite movies.
I used to love this movie, dude.
Dude, it used to be one of my favorite movies. I can't believe it. You know what? I can at this point. You keep bringing up all these obscure references. I can't believe it. My child's coming back.
What's wild about this movie? It's one of those movies that's so bad that it's awesome. And it used to be free to watch on YouTube. I hope I kind of want to watch it, fall asleep to it tonight if it's available. Dude, but the main villain in this movie is the actor. If anyone ever saw the movie Braveheart, it's the actor who plays Robert the Bruce, and he's the only person that he plays the main villain. He commits so hard to like this evil sorcerer role. It is so wild, the performance that he gives for such like a campy movie. He takes the performance to like a level 10. It is wild.
So I just pulled it up on Google, and it says people also search for the Page Master.
Yes, it's come full circle.
Not surprised.
Also, 18% on Rotten Tomatoes, but Google users 84% like the movie.
See? See? Yeah,
Exactly.
we rest our case.
It was so good.
Yeah, this movie
I
rocks.
worshipped this movie when I was a kid, man. I wanted to be part of the Warriors of Virtue.
I think there was a sequel. I never saw the sequel.
Was there a
but
sequel? No way.
I think there was. I could be wrong.
Warriors of hold on. Dude, if there is, I'm watching that tonight.
Tell me if there is,
Dude.
'cause I've never seen it.
There might be. Hold on. I gotta see if this is official or not. Holy shit. Yeah, the Return to Tao. What? It's like Japanese?
Yes.
Oh,
Dude,
no. It's a 2002 Australian fantasy martial arts film. Is this officially a sequel or is this just separate?
It might be just
It might just be separate.
no. Well, that's AI overview.
Or maybe it is the second one. Maybe it is. It says it's a sequel.
I feel like I remember there being a sequel to it.
Yeah, it might be a. It just looks so different. I mean,
It could have been like a straight to DVD sequel, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or straight to VHS. I apologize. Straight to VHS sequel.
Dude, I don't know. I'm gonna rewatch I haven't watched the original in so long. I just used to worship that movie, man. I like that. I liked it as much as Power Rangers and Ninja Turtles, man.
I've
thought
never
it was
seen.
so
I've never
cool.
seen this.
Oh, Stash. Please watch it. Please. I think it's free on YouTube. If you're ever down for an
It's
old
not free, so it's not
movie.
free on YouTube. But if you sign, you could try the Screen Picks TV for free on YouTube. Like
It's
a
on
week trial.
Pluto. It's on
Oh, it's on
Pluto
Pluto. There
TV.
you
It's
go.
on
Oh,
Roku.
hell yes.
Yeah, probably on a bunch of stuff
I'm
because
so
it's not like
watching.
a really high demand movie, you know.
Yeah, I
All
think
right,
it's
everyone's
on, it's on
homework
Tubi.
is- All right,
Everyone's
guys.
gonna come and
Everyone's homework, including everyone in chat, this week before next Wednesday. Watch Warriors of Virtue, and we'll revisit next week. We'll share our impressions of both Metroid Prime 4 and
Yeah,
Warriors of
that,
Virtue.
you can include it in your recording for the Game Award.
Yes.
Oh, I just got to talk about Warriors of Virtue quick.
That'd be funny.
That's his like bonus pick on what he thinks is going to be revealed. A Warriors of Virtue game.
A game, yeah.
All right. What is Silex removes his helmet and it's Miles.
Oh boy.
I love it. Miles turned to the dark side, baby. True dude. Totally missed this earlier. I gotta get my shout out for it. YouTube recap says I'm in the top 2% for Prime, 0.2% for Prime. So I wish to provide even more support to my favorite channel for Nintendo news and my favorite podcast. First off, thank you so much for the podcast compliments, man.
All right.
It's always nice to hear someone say like this is their favorite show.
Love
Because
it.
honestly, like outside of because we do it live, we don't actually get like a lot of feedback afterwards. And I don't know about you guys. I'm not reading the whole chat most of the show.
Mhm.
I read it in parts, but not the whole show. So I miss a lot. So it's always nice to hear some of these compliments get super chatted in about how it's one of your favorite shows because we do try. We're trying to be, we want to take this podcast places. We want this thing to be, I don't know, maybe even some of the biggest thing we ever do.
Mhm.
We would love for this to be the first show that people tune into to hear about Nintendo stuff. We have a long ways to go to get there. There's a lot of other podcasts out there, and we don't really view them as competition, just more so as inspiration.
Dude, I want the show to explode so big that we get to do a bus where we just tour the country doing live. You know what I mean? Like do like a fucking like Nintenbyte tour cross country. Dude, it'd be so sick.
I also find it interesting. Dude, this True Dude guy. Did YouTube tell you you're in the top 2% of my viewers? Dude, you literally watch everything I do?
Possible.
Dude, that is insane.
Not-
you know how much content I put
Not
out?
2%, 0.2%.
Yeah, 0.2%. Like, dude. I think I am part of the 0.2%. I think it's just you and me, man. That's seen everything I ever do. It's insane. Thank you so much. I do appreciate the support. Taker 610. 222 mark in Nintendo's Life Prime 4 Switch 1 mini review. Alex says you can actually taste the sub 720 penis. You can taste it. So Alex from Nintendo Life in his review says you can actually taste the sub 720 penis. He definitely did that to make the joke, guys. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Alex will make jokes like that where it's totally family friendly, but come on. Come on. It's a SpongeBob level joke. Shadowkin. I feel those 60s for Metroid Prime 4 are disingenuous and only there for clicks, like those low scores with Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, I mean, look, that's the thing we talked about, how there obviously some people that will do it for clicks because they got to get clicks. You know, giving something a 10 isn't necessarily going to get you clicks when there's bigger outlets doing that. I also think, like, you know, like with VGC, they did it, and their scale would say it's a good game. So they're not even saying it's a bad game. They're saying you should play it, but based on how it translates to fans, you view it as, oh, they're saying this is not that great. But you read the review and no, they actually do like the game. Makes you wonder, you know, obviously we went over all the other games and it's like, okay, this is also the same level. Like, come on, there's levels to this. There's no way like Concord. I'm sorry, I'm not going to let this go. There's no way Concord should be on the same level as Metroid Prime 4.
And Princess Peach Showtime is better
Like
than Metroid Prime 4.
So I don't know. And nobody
Starfield's a perfect game.
I understand there's some bias. I just can't imagine Metroid Prime 4 being on the same level as Princess Peach Showtime or Concord. It should be above.
Well, it's not on the same level.
Here's
Princess
the thing.
Peach is rated higher than it.
Hey, I might play, guys. You guys know publicly I do not like Princess Peach Showtime. Maybe I'm gonna hate this game. There's no fucking way, but maybe. I gotta be open to the possibility that I get 3 hours in and I'm like, fuck this. And never play it again. It's possible.
It is possible.
Very unlikely.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
But there's always a chance. Maybe I end up agreeing with those reviewers. Game sucks. I don't know. I doubt it.
I hate socks.
Daniel Alvarez says Miles McKenzie in Smash. Please, Sakurai. Dude, I would love if they just go all out with this bullshit. Put Miles McKenzie in Smash. Dude, release a Miles McKenzie amiibo.
The first Metroid related Nintendo film is a Miles McKenzie movie.
Yeah, Samus just makes a cameo. It's actually about Miles McKenzie. I'd watch
Federation spinoff.
I'd watch it unironically. Rapzib. Nate says, he's telling me at Nate, check out the Famicom Disk System Metroid soundtrack. Better audio than the NES. That's not really surprising. The NES audio sucked. Anyways, also Metroid 2 has a banger. And Game Boy had stereo and crazy good audio marred by the poor speaker. Oh yeah, we all know audio. As much as we have fond memories of the audio in the games back then, we all know it sucked. Like in terms of quality. Like we're not dumb. Like we've grown up. We know audio can sound way better than it did back then. And does once you get away from the consoles. So yeah. Not really surprising. I mean, even on like the Nintendo Music app, like some of the songs that are sound so much better than they did back in the day when you played it on the actual system. That's just technology getting better. Then Rapsa says, Gamer Classic. When's the next skit?
I'm working on it. That's all I'll say. I'm working on it.
Okay.
It's very it's very relevant, I feel like. It's very current. I'll just say that.
I can't wait. Rapsid then also wants to know, hey Eric, are you doing your taxes?
Nope. I'm gonna pull Yoshi.
This is why he's not allowed to run the finances for the Nintenbyte Podcast.
Yeah, Wesley Snipes was his tax guy for years.
Right.
All right. Rapsid then says, Stash scaled with your channel's success. All right. Dude, this channel is blowing up. By the way, congrats, Stash. I think you hit 250K today.
He did.
Thanks.
He never paid attention.
Yeah, right.
This is the guy who's going to hit like 1 million subs, and the only reason he's going to know is either because we texted him or his wife is like on his ass. Like, dude, you're 5 away. You're 3 away. And you're going to be like, that's cool. Anyways,
That's great.
I gotta go play this indie game that's gonna get 1,000 views. Have a good day.
Yep. Pretty much.
It's a great thing about Stat. He like does not give two flying fucks about how big the channel gets. He's like, whatever. I might be one of the biggest review channels in YouTube history in like 10 years. I don't give a fuck.
It's because he loves games. It's about the games.
Yeah. The reason he does it doesn't change just because he gets bigger. That's what's so nice about so many YouTube channels. They get bigger. And so then the reasons they do it start to change. And it's like, nah, man, he's passionate about the games and indie, AAA, everything, all platforms. Not going to change. He's on a Nintendo podcast. He doesn't not review things on other platforms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I also knew that if I didn't do this full time, that I'd never be able to play all the games that I want to play before I die. It's that serious realization that I have with myself.
You say that, but then like, so you get the full time, right? And you're all you're doing is playing games for a living. Cool. You realize when you're on your deathbed, you're going to be thinking about all the games that are coming out next year. You're not going to get to play.
Son of a
Probably. I mean, realistically, yeah, I'm sure you would too.
Yeah, really, like you know, if I'm on my deathbed and they're like, "Yeah, new Zelda just got announced," I'm like, "Fuck off."
I worry about that.
Like, I'll enjoy it for me. Hopefully, I can play it in heaven.
Yeah, unless they invent the new super drug, I'm fucked. So just have a good time with that.
Dig
game.
me up, throw it in my coffin, and bury me again.
If I ever get a terminal diagnosis, you better believe I'm that sick patient who reaches out to Nintendo to play an early build. Like, you better believe it.
Make a wish.
But knowing my luck, they'll be like, "Sorry,
you're not sick enough.
Can't risk spoilers. You're not sick enough. That's terrible. You're too old. We only do that for sick children."
Yeah, right.
Wow. All right. That being said, let's go ahead and round the table let people know what we got going on and where they can find us. Let's start with Eric.
Yeah, you can find me here and on our Clips channel, which you can actually find our podcast now. We are streaming there.
We are streaming the Vertical show over there.
There's been around about 10 people.
There's been
constantly.
There's been some people in the chat.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
I've been watching over there.
Yeah.
Some people who are not in the chat over here. So
yeah.
Reaching some new people. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Gamebird.
Yeah. A lot of cool stuff going on right now. Like I said at the beginning of the show, I just dropped yesterday a new game review for the indie Metroidvania Gigasword. Really awesome game. Really cool if you're a Metroid fan, if you like indie gems. Definitely check out my review on this one. I do think this game has a special mechanic. There's a twist to the gameplay that's unlike anything I've played in the Metroidvania genre. And I think that really makes this game stand out. I have a couple more reviews in the works, one for a visual novel, and another for a shorter, somewhat Persona-like kind of tactics game that's really, really cool. I'm excited to release. I also have a Zelda video that I just finished working on my script and kind of outlining. And I am also working on a skit right now. And then I think I've got a few other things. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background. And what I'm trying to do right now is plan out a bunch of stuff so I can, instead of worrying about making content each week, I'm kind of building a portfolio of things so I could just start releasing stuff, and then as that stuff is releasing, work on new stuff. That's kind of what I'm trying to do right now.
Beautiful
and
idea.
Yeah. So guys, my review it's not doing too well. I mean, I'm very happy, but any love, even if you're curious, if you've never been to my channel, I really appreciate the love. So check me out. Yeah. That's it.
So I'm looking at my YouTube recap. It's interesting. One of my top watch things this year is apparently related to cooking. Cool. Right. Cooking challenges or something. I'm like, something tells me one of my kids watching YouTube on my account on a TV somewhere, because don't really feel like I watch a ton of cooking challenges. But all right, cool. All right. Anyways.
Yeah, watch his review.
Watch his review. Stash.
Yeah, you guys find me at Thunderstash Gaming, and then since last week, what's new? My Kingdom of Night review. This game's going to be coming to consoles early next year. It's one of the coolest games. I don't know. I don't like to say I've ever played because there's so many great things, but in recent memory, one of the coolest games. It takes place in Arizona, which is awesome. It's like Stranger Things, 80s horror, but not like jump scare horror. It's an RPG. It kind of plays like Diablo, but more to it, actually. Surprisingly, extremely deep game. Just a very cool game. Posted that last week. Check that out. And then today I posted my review for Octopath Traveler 0. All the footage is from Switch 2. Comes out tomorrow. I was very impressed with the game, so you want to see why. And then I have an embargo tomorrow for a game at 1 p.m. We'll see if I can hit it. I have my review coming. It's already done. I just need to piece it together. The B-roll footage for Marvel Cosmic Invasion on Switch 2. Metroid Prime 4, of course, and then Terminator 2D. Should be getting a review code for the new Terminator game very shortly here. And then I got my Analog 3D. I still got to play it. I haven't even opened it. There's a lot of games. There's a lot of games coming up. So just keep an eye out.
Hell yeah. Watch his reviews too.
There you go.
Yeah. Thanks,
Oh,
man.
hold on. I gotta shout out Nudes because he got game burn. He just said, "Look out behind you. There's a mouse." Woo!
Oh man. All right, cool. So I was looking at my my 2025 recap. I am the Wonder Seeker. My top watch content is gaming PC builds. That checks out.
Imagine that.
Actually. And then Nintendo news. What a
Whoa.
shocker. Whoa.
What?
What? I'm watching my own videos? Never. Oh man. Anyways. That's where people are getting all that like 0.1%, 0.6%, yada yada yada. Because I just saw some comments on my video today where people are like, "Oh my god, I'm in the top 1% of your viewers." I'm like, gotta do better, buddy. We got somebody in the top 0.2%. Get it right.
Yeah, right.
There's a higher ranking than 1%. Anyways, I always find the recap stuff, like Spotify has one as well. I always find it kind of fascinating. It's all algorithm driven, but it's funny. It's funny seeing some of the stuff. Like they brought up something that I'm like, oh yeah, I was watching a lot of that shit in the summer. Like a certain category that I like never watch. I'm like, oh yeah, but I was on a binge in like July of watching a bunch of videos on that. Oh damn. I would have never even thought about those again if you didn't bring it up. It's cool. I was watching a lot of videos on oceans, guys. That was the category. Watching a lot of ocean videos. Anyways, I used to want to be a marine biologist at one point in my life. So
that was my major in college.
There you go.
I never finished college.
I have a friend.
Get me now, baby.
I have a friend who's one.
That's
nice.
awesome.
There you go.
Yeah, his name is George. Yeah, he used to before he was a contractor, and he decided to become a marine biologist, which is crazy, right? Like
It's like
totally different fields.
I wanted to be a marine biologist, and now I'm a YouTube. You're talking about video games. I guess it's
Close enough.
Yeah,
close enough.
George is a crazy guy, though. He's had all kinds of jobs. He even worked for a little bit for the Yankees, but they caught him like sleeping on the job, and he got fired. He was like sleeping under his desk. So yeah,
That's hilarious.
Crazy guy. Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, cool. Well, you can find me everywhere that I am: YouTube, Twitter, etc., etc. Those are like the two places I'm the biggest at, but I'm on other platforms as well. You can also find our podcast everywhere podcasts are heard. I've been very good about getting the audio versions up the last few episodes. Going to keep that going. Obviously, go check out the podcast clips channel if you want to see a shorts version of the podcast stream.
clipped up version.
Or if you want to just see the clips of the mainstream, like they also put shorts. I think Stash and Bird also have shorts versions on their channels as well. I just don't do it on mine because it turned out it just cannibalized each other's viewership. It didn't actually increase any viewership. So I was like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Sorry to the people that prefer the other format. There's 3 other ways you can get that format. Okay. Sorry, you can't get it at Nintendo Prime. You should be subscribed to all of us. Birdman should already be at 10,000 subs. The fuck are we doing? Right. He's making content now. He put out a game review.
Yeah.
He exists. He's not just a podcaster. There was a while for like 4 months where he was just a podcaster, but he's not just a podcaster anymore.
Yeah, now I'm a bird blaster.
There you go. Wait.
Is it creamy? Is it creamy? I don't know if I want to
Wait.
Anyways, was that fourth topic I brought up?
Yeah, right.
Yacht Club Games, was that creamy enough for you? Just a nod. Just a nod of approval. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is the Nintenbyte Podcast. Next week, we'll be giving our impressions on Metroid Prime 4. Or at least 3 of us will be. The Metroid sure won't be here. We also have the betting special, which he will be partaking in that. He's got to defend his crown, of course. But that means we got to very, very soon lock in all the rules and all the stuff for it. So he has a chance to get that done over the weekend or something. And then, yeah, you guys know I always have videos being made all the time, news videos, some sponsorships. I think Thunderstash might be happy with a new one I just signed. Signed a sponsorship deal with Farming Simulator.
Did you really?
Yeah. Signature edition coming to Switch 2, baby.
I reached out to him like I think twice, but 2 different ways. No reply.
Well, maybe I can get you a reply, buddy. But all I know is, I gotta say that Farming Simulator game must be doing very well for them. This is a very expensive sponsorship. I usually don't get offers like this, so they got some money. Apparently, they think my audience is the one. To be fair, they have sponsored me one other time, like years ago. But this is interesting.
Sounds like they're betting the farm on you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't know about that. There's probably be much bigger creators that same day putting out videos on it that are going to do way better than mine. But look, I played Farming Simulator back on Switch. It's fine. Like I don't know what you expect. You're farming. If you know what farm life is like, that's what the game is. I happen to find farm life to not be super exciting, but I grew up around it in Wisconsin. I have milked cows. I've grown corn. I've shucked corn. I fucking picked apples off apple trees. I've done all sorts of bullshit out here from all the different farms that we have growing up. Hell, I even technically participated in the butchering of a pig.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, I might have accidentally killed the pig when I didn't mean to, but you know, we all had bacon that night. It was good. I don't know what else to tell you. It was not intended. I was supposed to do something else. And I was a kid. Okay, give me a break. I didn't know what I was doing. They shouldn't give kids that kind of power. Anyways, it was a field trip. It's a horror to some of my classmates when they realized the pig was dead. I'm like,
okay.
I'm so sorry.
I don't know if I've even heard this story.
Yeah, well, because it's traumatizing for people that were there.
Well, that's what the after show is for. I can hear this.
Was not traumatizing to me.
Yeah.
I was just like, well, shit.
Oops.
Can I take some bacon home?
Yeah, right.
No,
Oops.
I didn't get to keep any of the meat when they, chopped her up. But anyways, all right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you same time next week. Except for Stash to see him live a couple weeks from now. But we got some cool stuff going on. Also, I think next week is our. No, wait. I think we have one more week with guests. Our final 2 episodes of December, we don't have any guests. It's intentional. I haven't even invited anyone to those episodes. They're too close to holiday stuff. Really hard to get people on, anyways. But even for us, we're moving the shows. The final 2 shows of the month are going to be on Tuesday instead of Wednesday, because Christmas Eve, lots of stuff going on. New Year's Eve, people got plans. So shifting things back a day fits our schedules better. We'll be right back though to the Wednesday the first one of January. So, all right, guys, peace out.
Good night.
Later.